excited. This has been the most excited I've seen a lot of drivers, and you know, when you and I get excited, it's all good, right? Right?
You're always excited.
Right. We're always excited.
We're always
excited.
Let's
and
go.
We can't wait.
We'll take a look at the Denago Power Sports drone. Welcome to Denago Power Sports here as a sponsor of the drone. I'll tell you what else they sponsor. Denago Power Sports race info from here at All Tech Raceway. And James, you said it, 35 signed in right now, waiting on Mark Whitener to draw in. He'll be number 36. And DJ, we're going to start the night with Dirt Draft Hot Laps into Group A and B qualifying. 4 heat races, taking 4 out of each one. We'll have 2 B mains taking the top 3 out of each one. And then, of course, 10,000 to win 40 laps here tonight. And DJ, no big surprise, Ricky Thornton Jr. has won this race 3 years in a row.
Yeah, we were talking about that on what is not televised, the drive to the racetrack, right? The drive home coming up about 20 to 30 minutes after the last checkered flag tonight. But you mentioned that on the way here. Ricky Thornton Jr. has won the opener at All Tech 3 years in a row. And I think the question on every other driver's mind in the pit area is, what do we have to do to somehow find our way to victory lane? And you made a good point, Ben. The guy that finished second last year might surprise a few folks.
Yeah, he's back on tour, James. This year, Max Blair, a year ago, second. He made some runs at Ricky Thornton Jr. for that win last year, but he's back on tour this year, and could this be the night where he makes a statement win to start the season?
How about the potential for the O'Reilly Rookie of the Years? Dylan McCowan, Josh Rice, Freddie Carpenter, Corey Hedgecock, right?
Yeah.
Just to name a few. So the people's champ, Freddie Carpenter. Hey, Dave Darland in the sprint car world, he was the people's champ. It's Freddie Carpenter for the late model fans, and it's going to be a fun year.
DJ, a new year, and James is making me work for it. I'm going to tell that together. Max Blair was a former O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year. Here's your track packs for tonight, just outside of Lake City, Florida. Track opened in 1968. DJ, if this is a 3/8 mile, it is the biggest 3/8 mile ever. I call it a half, but by the way
this is what happens
technically listed as 3/8.
It's what happens, yeah. It's what happens when we're not. Hey, you never know, right? It's James. You never know. It's
James, lay it on us right now. You are the GOAT. You're the commissioner of late model racing. 3/8 or half.
Probably 4/10. So I'll go with 4/10.
Split the difference. He's a politician. Right there on cue. How about that? Max Blair's getting ready for action. And, we saw a year last year. He started the year with the Outlaws, then he bounced around there late in the year. I feel like, and you talked about today, DJ, this could be a big year for Max Blair on the national scene.
It really could. And Max has kind of, he's got things back together with that Centerline Motorsports team. Of course, I know Max well, and I've talked to him several times, but they took a step back last year to hopefully take a step forward this year. As you mentioned, they got off that Outlaws tour, and they kind of regrouped. They went back. They ran some bigger races there around home and around the region. And I tell you what, he's run pretty good so far this year. Of course, he was at Volusia 1.0. He was at Volusia 2.0 as well. He's looked really good. And here's the other thing. I talked to Max earlier. He likes these big, fast racetracks, especially when they get black and slick. And man, if you're describing All Tech Raceway, that's All Tech to a T.
Well, you know what else is
looking good? You guys are the only 2 Dolphins that didn't get cut in the last week. Was Max Blair and Dustin
Jarrett. I thought you were going to say me. I'm absolutely not a Dolphin.
We knew we needed it.
Well, how about the weather right now? 80 degrees, broken clouds. I'll allow it, and a mile per hour wind. I think 13, and it's in the teens. My vision's good. It's not that good. We do have a little bit of a wind today, but it's not bad. It's really a gorgeous day, and hold that shot right there from the Denago Power Sports drone, Tiffany. On the upper right portion of your screen, we're going to talk about throughout the night, the pit area, they have raised it 30 foot on the backstretch, I should say the campground. So those campers, which now you would just see the top of them from the infield, they actually tower over the backstretch. And Wendell Durrance and his staff, what they've done here, new press box, and then we've got a new camping area, and it's really cool to see what they've done with this place. Every time we come here, there's something new.
All of these Florida tracks have done such a great job in the last few years. Of course, the closure of East Bay, of really rising up to the occasion and making improvements here and there to either better the driver experience, the fan experience, our experience, all the above, whether it's All Tech, whether it's our good friend Bubba the Love Sponge over at Ocala has done a lot of great stuff there. We've talked about Volusia before. We're, of course, going up to Golden Isles as well. All of these places, they've done a lot of great things to really elevate the experience. You take a look at one of last year's O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year candidates, Dan Ebert.
That car screams laces out Dan. It looks like the Miami Dolphins.
I love it. Absolutely. All right. Well, it's time for us to step away for our first set of commercial breaks. Don't go anywhere. It's the Shocker Hitch pre-race show from All Tech Raceway in Lake City, Florida, and you're watching it all live here on FloRacing.
Welcome back to All Tech Raceway, the Veland Winter Nationals, as we kick things off on a perfect Thursday evening in the northern part of Florida. This is the Shocker Hitch pre-race show. This is the first of 12 Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series events presented by FloRacing. Between the Sunshine State and the Peach State, we'll be heading up to Golden Isles in a few weeks. Of course, next week we'll be over to Ocala Speedway, where DJ touched on that. There's seen a lot of changes over there, and can't wait to get over there in Golden Isles as well. Steve Stevenson and the gang up there. Well, I tell you what, we've got some changes on tour this year, but we've also got a lot of familiar faces as well, DJ. And we're taking a look at this roster. We're going to take a look at that in just a second, but I tell you what, we've also got a lot of cool things in the works here at FloRacing.
Absolutely. We got a lot of folks watching on the Fast channel as well, FloRacing 24/7. If you're watching on FloRacing 24/7, number one, thank you for tuning in to see even more racing action. And number two, this is select coverage from this event. So in order to find full event coverage, make sure you go to FloRacing in the Flo Sports app. Download and watch us, and you can watch the entire Veland Winter Nationals live right here on FloRacing.
Well, and I tell you what, James, how cool is it? You started back at the Gateway Dirt Nationals on that night. We had the Dallas Cowboys. They were beside us playing the Detroit Lions, I believe, that night. And then it was the Gateway Dirt Nationals. And just in North America, over 133 million homes have Amazon Prime TV. And that continues to allow our sport to grow. And for you, somebody that has been involved in the sport so long, did you ever think this day would come?
I don't know, but I like Al Michaels. He does a good job. But yeah, absolutely. And I've done what. Of course, the Nashville Network back in the day, TNN.
Oh, I love the Nashville Network.
We've done ESPN2 when Lucas Oil first started. We did all that stuff with Maverick Entertainment down in Bristol, Tennessee. And
Speed Channel.
Speed Channel, yeah, Speed Channel and all that. And so this is awesome. I mean, we're broadening it out. We look at the sponsor list we have this year that Wayne Castleberry's put together. I mean, it's just by far more than any other series that you can find. And these sponsors on these cars and everything, they're getting the notoriety that they deserve, and they're writing a pretty good sized check to some of these guys. So welcome everybody. And by the way, Castleberry reminded we still have room for more sponsors.
There's always more room for more marketing partners.
There's always more room, Ben.
And I tell you what, DJ, somebody we're very familiar with from the Wild West Shootout, Scott Bentz and Shocker Hitch.
That's right.
Coming on in the 11th hour to be the sponsor of this pre-race show from the Veland Winter Nationals opener. Thank you, Scott Bentz. Thank you, Shocker Hitch. Check those guys out, shockerhitch.com. And every time you turn around, Scott and the gang are supporting the sport somewhere different. And DJ, meanwhile, we touched on it. I got so excited. I got ahead before we could talk about being on Amazon Prime on the Fast channel. Familiar faces on tour this year. Man, I tell you what, it is a just murderer's row of guys that can visit Victory Lane early and often.
Yeah, it really is. And, of course, it starts with Ricky Thornton Jr., I think, right? Obviously, Devin Moran is the returning champion. We're going to hear from him in a little bit. But some of our crew caught up with drivers returning to the series, drivers that have been with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series for the last at least couple seasons now. And they asked them one simple question. They asked them, what are you most looking forward to about the 2026 season with Lucas Oil?
The biggest thing, just start our season off well here at Speed Weeks. Kind of unfortunate we only take 5 out of the 9 races. After that, just try to do the best we can throughout the year and be the one on top once the end comes.
This season, my goals are pretty simple, really. Win more races. Last year, we didn't win as many races as we'd like to, and just kind of had a really up and down season, really slow start. So hopefully we can use a little bit of the momentum we have coming into Speed Weeks here for the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series and carry some of that momentum in and hopefully have some success right off the rip. And we're going to try our best to win a few more races this year and hopefully put ourselves in position to be there at the end for a championship.
This year in Lucas, we're hoping to get our first win. That'd be the biggest goal. Lots of top 5s, hopefully. We ended the season with some decent runs, top 10, so hopefully we can just start running up front more often and, sneak into the victory lane. And just looking forward to being able to tour at all the different tracks in the Mid-East and just all through the country that we go to. I really like all the Iowa tracks, so, I'm excited to go back and, see the different types of dirt.
Just to kind of build on what we did last year, had a lot of bad luck, so this year we're just going to try not to have any DNFs and do our best job at that and just turn our turn our bad nights into, you know, decent nights. Try to get in that top 5 every night and put ourselves in a position to have a legitimate shot at the end of the year for the championship.
Consistency number one. I feel like at times I had some pretty good speed, but lacked the whole puzzle. So try to get some more consistency. I'd love to get some more top 5 runs, and you know, I think top 10 in points is definitely doable for us.
Probably, you know, top 10, top 12 in points this year. You know, we'd like to get some more top 10s, hopefully top 5 at some point in the year. And last year we got one heat race win, so we'd like to, you know, add on to that. So that's, you know, we kind of keep them realistic and, you know, work from there.
Was led out by Ricky Thornton Jr. talking about a new year, a new season. And I got to think, out of all the drivers, he probably likes to change back to a straight-up point system this year, where from the first event to the end of the year, there's no reset with 5, 6 events to go. But he did joke with Michael Rigsby. He said now that it's the absolute all events count, he goes, I probably would have been better off with the old system now. So that is a big change for this year, though.
And then he welcomes back Anthony Burrows, Justin Tharp are full-time on the crew. Burrows, the crew chief. And man, you look down this list, as you just mentioned, those guys there, but you add in Brian Shirley, last 5 years with the Outlaws, first full year in Lucas Oil. Josh Rice, we know how accomplished regional racer he is. Can he take this next step that everybody's been anticipating for a long time, become a top national touring driver?
Well, and Brandon Shepard, DJ, he just won at Volusia last Saturday night with the World of Outlaws. That gives him a lot of momentum coming in. And let's not forget, Brandon Overton, 4 wins already this year. That matches what he had overall all of last year.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, is that 76 team, or are they poised for another run like they had a few years ago? And I think that that's obviously what they think, but a lot of people are looking at that. There's a lot of eyes on that right now. Can Rocket One get back, as you'd mentioned, to where they used to be? And, oh, by the way, we've only heard from half of these drivers that are returning to the series as well. We're going to step aside for a quick set of commercial breaks. When we come back, we'll hear from Hudson O'Neal, Devin Moran, Garrett Alberson, and others. You are watching the Shocker Hitch pre-race show for night number 1 of the Veland Winter Nationals at All-Tech Raceway.
Welcome back to All Tech Raceway, the Veland Winter Nationals, the 2026 season opener. We're here just a little over 30 minutes away from Dirt Draft Hot Wraps with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series presented by FloRacing. 36 drivers in action here today, $10,000 up for grabs. And we continue here on the Shocker Hitch pre-race show where the 09 of Michael Leach last week at Volusia Speedway Park in Barberville, Florida, picked up his first career super late model win. And James, he gave me quite the stat that he had raced at 45 tracks last year he had never seen before. Can you even imagine?
That's pretty impressive. And only his second full year, and he's the first driver from the state of Montana to win or make a Lucas Oil race, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, we saw him, I think, Dustin, where we've seen him at Pittsburgh, we've seen him everywhere, right? Whoever thought he'd be at Pittsburgh, a guy from Montana in Pittsburgh.
He's become that guy that you never know where he's going to show up anymore. And I love that. There's something old school about that, right? Like guys that just show up. You never really know who might be at a racetrack on any given night. Here's one thing we do know, though. We've got 5 more guys that are back on the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series Tour for at least their second season. And a few of the guys coming up in this next segment have incredibly high expectations, Ben, looking ahead to 2026.
Hopefully a championship. I think that's our ultimate goal. But just to have a good year, have a good, clean year, make sure hopefully we can come out of here with some wins and hopefully a few more Crown Jewel races. Last year, I think our arch nemesis was Speed Weeks. We came out of Speed Weeks 14th in points last year. So if we can come out of here, hopefully in the top 5 or maybe even leading the points, I think that'll be a huge jump start for us, going into the rest of the year. We seem to be getting a little bit better here as the year goes on. Ended last year on a little bit of a rocky note, but was able to come back down here, do some testing, and feel like we're getting a little bit better. So we'll continue to work at it, and hopefully we'll, at the end of the year, after we get done Dirt Track World Championship, we'll be on the top of the podium.
Yeah, I mean, main thing is to go back-to-back and win another championship. Last year was our first championship, and after running second for 2 years in a row, it was pretty awesome. So if we could go back-to-back, I think they said there was only 5 or 6 people to ever do that. So we'll do that and try to win a bunch of races.
Yeah, so our goals for 2026 season, really just stay competitive. I'd love to get in that top 5, have a shot at that bonus money. I mean, obviously the goal ultimately is to win the championship, but we're realistic. We gotta make the right, take the right steps, take our time, and do it right, and be competitive. I think we can win some more races, and I really want to get in there and win some of the big races.
Top 10 in points would be ideal. We were 11th last year. Try to qualify in a transfer spot, transfer out of the heats. That's always the goal. Top 10s in the A's, you can top 10 in the A every night, and that's ideal. That's our goal this year. Not tear anything up like we did last year, obviously. Other than that, just have a good solid season.
Our goal is to win the championship. We ain't here to f*** around.
What do you think Clay Harris meant? Yes, James.
We spent too much time on the road together.
We're going to lose James over here.
James, can you decipher that for us?
What did he mean,
what Clay Harris meant by that?
Oh, I don't know. I tell you what, I got,
Wait, is that your Kyle Bronson impression?
He's coming up here in a minute. He's coming up a little bit. Well, that's the most words I've seen Clay Harris say since I've known him the last 3 years. So there you have it.
So a few notes there. We had 2 former champions that led that off. Of course, Hudson O'Neal, a former champion, and then we had Devin. And when Hudson won the championship,
that's the car he was in.
That's right. And then of course Devin Moran, last year's champion, and this is a place Devin loves. Devin's going to look to get things back on track. Speed Weeks hadn't necessarily started the way he wanted, as he's run some of the World of Outlaws. And then I tell you what, Garrett Alberson, he set the track record here a year ago. He's one that's always fast here. He just hasn't found his way to FloRacing victory lane.
And I don't want to say Garrett Alberson's looking for that coming out party, right? Because he's been so good the last couple years. But is this the year he takes that next step, right? We were talking earlier. We're looking for these guys that are going to take that next step in this sport. Who's going to be up there with Ricky Thornton Jr. and Devin Moran and Hudson O'Neal, and not running the series this year, but Jonathan Davenport or Bobby Pierce? Who is that next guy in line? And I think Garrett Alberson is certainly one of those guys that has an opportunity to do that.
I think he's got an opportunity, and a guy that just wants to keep it on all 4 wheels this year, James. Daniel Hilsebeck. He was upside down more than anybody last year in his rookie season.
Well, he did win the Brad Need Award for most flips during a year, right? We can contest to that. But you talked about O'Neal, 8th year for O'Neill. So he's one of the longest tenured veterans, and he's only 25 years old.
That's crazy, right?
And his 8th year. That's hard to believe. But, yeah, Hilzebeck, Clay Harris, he's had some good runs in the past year. I mean, he's had some runner-ups, but still trying to break through for that first series win. It might come this week, or he runs well at Ocala. We'll see that next week.
Well, that was 2 groups. We had a familiar faces. On the backside of his break, we're going to have returning faces, guys, that have come back to the series after a little bit of a hiatus. We'll talk about that. This is the Veland Winter Nationals opener for here from All Tech Raceway. You're watching it all live on FloRacing. We'll be right back.
ARP manufactures the ultimate fasteners from the best raw materials using cold forged technology. Family owned and made in the USA. Quality always comes first. For whatever extreme category you're in, it's always ARP-bolts.com.
Hey race fans, have you set your Dirt Draft lineup yet? Dirt Draft is the fantasy racing app you can download right on your phone. Pick a team of 5 drivers within your $100,000 salary cap, and the better they do, the better you do. You earn points to spend in the Dirt Draft Speed Shop for all kinds of cool stuff, from t-shirts and hats, race tickets and pit passes, or even a season pass to FloRacing. New subscribers even get a free Dirt Draft t-shirt. Download the Dirt Draft app now from the Apple app or Google Play Store.
Give yourself safer, smoother towing with Shocker Hitch. Choose from our best-selling air bumper hitches with over 10 ball mount attachments and up to 12.5 inches of drop, or our air tongue mounts that give instant air ride towing to any trailer. For hotshot drivers, check out our Gooseneck Surge air ride towing hitch and shift lock coupler. For campers, our quick air fifth wheel camper hitches, making every camping trip smooth and safe. Got a bumper pull camper? Check out our air equalizer for weight distribution. Check this out and more at shockerhitch.com for safer, smoother towing.
The Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series is brought to you by Veland, the official aluminum supplier of the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. By Big River Steel, the best of mini mill innovation. And by Sunoco, race fuel for the street. And And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Shocker Hitch pre-race show from night number 1 of the Veland Winter Nationals here at All-Tech Raceway. We're in Lake City, Florida, as the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series presented by FloRacing kicks off the 2026 season in style. I'm Dustin Jarrett. He's Ben Shelton. He's James Essex. We're about halfway through the pre-race show. Our crew's caught up with a lot of drivers a little bit earlier on today, asking them what they were looking forward to in the 2026 season and what their expectations were. And so far, Ben, we've heard from a lot of the familiar faces, guys that have run this series the last few seasons.
We have, and now we're going to talk to some guys that have been on tour previously, but they weren't maybe necessarily last year.
Took a break.
And you know what, as I look at this, and we're going to go through this, and we're going to go ahead and give you a peek behind the curtain. After returning faces, we'll have new faces. This is a really good roster this year, James. This is just a phenomenal roster of a lot of veterans, a lot of guys that maybe haven't been with us in a while, and a lot of newcomers. And, man, 22nd season, this is exciting stuff.
Right, and 20 race teams are signed up for this year. So that's exciting. Last year we ended up with 15, 5 more, and a great points fund, great bonus money, great everything, right?
Yep.
These returning faces, and again, we'll pull the curtain back a little bit. Ross Robinson, Brendan Smith, Max Blair, and Kyle Bronson. James, as you look at that list, who stands out to you? Who's got the potential there to really make some noise with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series here in 2026?
Well, Max Blair, I think there's no doubt about it. Brendan Smith, a new driver for the 19M, the Colton Miller, JCM Motorsports. Ross Robinson back, as you mentioned. Kyle Bronson, we'll see how it goes. It's been 5 years since Bronson's been a regular with Lucas Oil Series.
Well, all those drivers are returning to the tour this year. Let's see what they had to say about returning to the Lucas Oil Series in 2026.
Just glad to be back on it first off, but hoping just improve on all the struggles that we had in the past and kind of just build off of some of the gains that we did have when we did do it. Last year we were on it was in 24, and I feel like it was our best year, but obviously we still had a lot of room for improvement, and just hoping just to be able to just show more consistent speed and more consistent finishes and have fun doing it.
We really just want to have a solid season, get top 10 in points, run top 5, maybe win a couple races. That'd be really cool. But yeah, we're really looking to just put together a full season of solid races.
Just to be consistent. That was our biggest problem last year, just zero consistency. So hopefully we can be a little more consistent and competitive.
I'll just win as many races as possible, and just looking forward to getting racing here.
Well, guys, clearly Kyle Bronson knew there were time constraints. He just kept talking and talking and talking. I love KB40. I'm glad he's back on tour this year. And you know what? He's a man of few words until you get him upset, DJ. And then he is a man of many entertaining words.
Yeah, but we saw that at the Gateway Dirt Nationals, right, with another guy that we just saw, Brendan Smith. Yeah, absolutely.
Both from Florida.
Both from Florida, absolutely. We'll see how that plays out this year. But I'm kind of with James. I think Max Blair's got a lot of potential. We've seen that early on, and we talked earlier about how that team, they kind of took a step back last year to regroup and get a few dominoes in place, get some things in line so that they could make another run at the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series here in 2026. And James, I think the thing with Max Blair that I've seen the most improvement in is what I'll call the long game, right? Those longer races, he's there at the end a little bit more. He had a really good car back at Eldora, had a fan blade issue at the World 100 last year. But I think Max has really improved from the 40 and 50 lap races to those 60-plus lap events.
Well, he hopes to get off to a good start and then make it to Lernerville at the end of June, right? If he can get off to a good start and hang outside that top 5 in the points, we know how well he runs at Lernerville, and you go down the rest of the year, I think he's going to have a good comeback year, and, of course, his dad, Robbie Blair, still the crew chief, and he's up and down the road now with his buddy Ricky Thornton Jr. after last year, and they became really good friends the year before last when he won Rookie of the Year in the Lucas Oil Series. So welcome back, Max Blair. But, yeah, Kyle Bronson, there's a stretch here, of course, winning at I-80, right? He won the Silver Dollar Nationals, the biggest race of his career. He's dabbled in the Longhorn. He's back in a Rocket. But we know it's Florida, so it's, Whitener is here tonight. So you got Bronson and Whitener and all these Florida guys. They're trying to become Florida man here tonight, right?
It's always funny when you talk about if Max Blair can just get to Lernerville, and obviously that's where he got his first Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series win. But then Max always reminds you really fast, I did not race that much in Lernerville in my career.
Right. It's true. No.
It just didn't play in. Well, the crowd's starting to come into All-Tech Raceway here for the opening round of the V1 Winter Nationals. We're going to step aside, and we come back. We're going to talk about the new faces on the tour. And man, I tell you what, it's a good roster. Again, a beautiful afternoon here at All-Tech Raceway. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back on FloRacing. There's nothing like the sound of engines coming to life, and that's what we got here in the pit area at All-Tech Raceway, the V1 Winter Nationals Round 1, the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series presented by FloRacing. I'm Ben Shelton, Dustin Jarrett to my right, to my left, James Essex. And again, kicking things off here today. And guys, you walk through the pit area, you see the new bodies, James, you see the new looks. But when they crank up and you can feel it, that's when you know the new season is officially here.
Gentlemen, start your engines. Let's go.
Well, DJ, we love the veterans. We love the guys that are coming back to the tour. We're all about the new faces. And man, we have got such a talented crop of rookies this year. And well, other drivers that are veterans, but it's their first year on the tour. Let's take a look behind the scenes and see who those drivers are.
Really just make as many shows as at all possible, you know, and get better. I think a lot of our good runs have come from Lucas, and so that's, you know, mainly what I'm looking forward to is racing with the guys that are out here. You know, they're, in my opinion, the best in the business, the guys that show up to these Lucas races, and I enjoy all the tracks that they go to, and just excited to get better this year and you know, learn as much as we possibly can.
Well, I guess mainly just to get through it. First year, you know, it's going to be a big learning curve for us. It's new cars for me and new people and just new everything. So I kind of like to set my goals high. So I would say a top 5 would be really cool, and it gives us something to strive for. So that's our goal for this year.
Just to finish it. That's my goals. Finish it, make some races along the way. You know, there's people out there that say, you'll never win it. Well, I don't have plans on winning it. You know what I mean? I got to be realistic. So just to make a handful of races and finish the season, that would be great.
You know, I'd like to definitely, hopefully win, you know, a couple races and hopefully put ourselves in a good position to have a top 5 run for the championship. And if we're lucky enough to, you know, battle for it, that should just be a big bonus. But I know getting the first year under our belt, we just need to set our expectations to be competitive and hopefully, you know, just be there at the end.
Man, just to run as good as we can. You know, this new team and just a whole new combination for me. I mean, I've never really drove for anybody else, and appreciate Billy Hicks and you know, and H&H Auto Sales for giving me the opportunity to drive for them. So, man, if we can just go out here and we can maybe run top 7 or 8 in points and maybe win Rookie of the Year, I'd be tickled to death.
Well, we were talking to the rookies, but one of those guys was not a rookie there, DJ.
Yeah, Brian Shirley, of course, not eligible to run for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year here in 2026. But those other 4 drivers are Dylan McCowan, Josh Rice, Freddie Carpenter, and Corey Hedgecock. And dare I say, it's an eclectic mix of O'Reilly Auto Parts rookies we have this year.
Well, and James, again, this is, I think after Speed Weeks, we're not going to be able to say it anymore. Brian Shirley, though, to this point, not a Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series feature winner. Do you think that changes?
8 times a runner-up in the Lucas Oil Series.
Ooh,
his
stats.
biggest win was at Knoxville.
Stats.
Of course, his biggest win came a year ago, Prairie Dirt Classic at Fairbury. We'll see what happens. I can't wait. Add the addition of those guys and the guys returning. Let's go.
I like what Freddie Carpenter said there as well. He said, "Listen, I got to be realistic." He said, "I'm not going to go out and win the thing." He said, "My goal is to just finish the series, just finish the series." But I love that, right? I mean, that's a guy that, let's just be honest, he's taken some flack from some people, right? Like, man, why is Freddie Carpenter doing this? Why not? Why not
move over Toter Homes, because he's got 2 box trailers back here,
He's got
right?
2 pickup trucks and box trailers back there behind of us. I love it. I love everything about it. It's a very cool rookie class with a lot of different flavors, so to speak, in terms of backgrounds, where they come from with McCowan, Rice, Carpenter, and of course Corey Hedgecock.
I love it too. And if Freddie Carpenter ends up with a stacker during Speed Weeks, that means the big win is put one trailer on top of the other. It's not a good night, guys. That is your returning faces, your familiar faces, your new faces, and they're thundering behind us. We're moments away from Dirt Draft Hot Laps. Let's step aside. Thanks to more marketing partners. Again, thank you to Shocker Hitch for sponsoring this pre-race show. We do appreciate you. When we come back, V1 Nationals from All-Tech Raceway. We're going to be ready for Dirt Draft Hot Laps.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to night number 1 of the Veland Winter Nationals here at Alltech Raceway, as drivers have just made their way out onto the racetrack for dirt draft hot laps, and they're going to be led out by the driver of the number 44 out of Great Court, South Carolina. That is going to be Chris Smokey Madden. Real glad to have him with us here over the next I couldn't spit that out, James, over the next 3 days in the Wells & Sons Motorsports, Henderson Amusement, Millwood Plumbing, Penske Shocks, BP Racing Fuels, Hardison Suspension Technology sponsored Infinity Race Car. Chris Madden already one win this year. How about the 32J, the Sean Jones owned entry? That's going to be Justin Weaver behind the wheel out of Clear Spring, Maryland, the 32-year-old in the Red Wings shoes. Conawago, I got it. I got James. Conawago Valley Mobile Homes, Wheelers Towing, Precise Lawn Care, Chaz's Used Auto Parts, and Baker Door Company sponsored number 32J for the 32-year-old Justin Weaver.
First time down here for Speed Weeks. He was second in last year's Port Royal points behind a guy. Are you okay there?
No, you're good.
Behind a guy that's here tonight helping Ross Robinson, Rick Eckert. There's the 79 car. It'll be his first full year in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Hoping to run for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year chase. That'll be Corey Hitchcock. Corey Hitchcock in the 79 car. That car won Rookie of the Year last year with Donald McIntosh, the Billy Hicks out of Mount Airy, North Carolina. H&H Auto Sales Longhorn number 79 for Corey Hitchcock. There's the 16 car. Fear the Beard. He won the season opener a year ago. That seems so long ago, wasn't it? Last January at Golden Isles. He's in the Quick Supply, Bruning Rock Product 16. That's the AK race cars, the Austin Kirkpatrick race car entry of Tyler Bruning DJ out of Decorah, Iowa.
Next driver on your screen is going to be the driver of the 111 out of Centerville, Pennsylvania. It's Max Blair, 11 wins a year ago for the driver, the Centerline Motorsports, Virgil Iron and Steel, Riggs Fiber, Creekside Auto Sales, Upstate Auto Group, C&J Dairy, Murphy's Logging, Tavern 618, Gable Inn, sponsored 111 of Max Blair, and he'll be followed by a former series champ, already 4 wins this year for the New Deal Hudson O'Neill in the SSI Motorsports, Professional Concrete Cutting and Drilling, Wheeler Metals, Merrill Bonding, McRiver Steel, Lanil Construction, O'Neill Salvage and Recycling, Indiana USSSA Fast Pitch sponsored 71 for the New Deal Hudson O'Neill. You're getting a phone call already, James. It's just that this is the first night of the year.
It's probably Ray Gotzi or something calling in here wanting to know what about this. There's the 93 car, the Poncho's Racing Products, Sunoco Race Fuels entry back in the Lucas Oil Series this year. That'll be Corey Lawler. Corey Lawler, he's out of Hanover, Pennsylvania in car number 93. Also in this group, we'll take a look here, should be the other 93 car.
There it is.
How about that run for Colleague? He's going to be running one of the Colleague race trucks here coming up later this year in Martinsville, Virginia. That'll be Carson Ferguson in the Donald and Gina Bradshaw Paler Motorsports 93. Hoopaw Grading Company, Coleman Farms entry out of Lincoln, North Carolina. There's the Magic Man, the 5, the Ocala Restaurant Supply. Southeast Ship Repair, Cody Jet, the crew chief, Mark Whitener in car number 5, DJ.
Yeah, those are the drivers on the track for Dirt Draft Hot Lap Session number 1. And this is a track, James, if you're tuning in at home for the first time, looks can be deceiving. It's probably the best way to describe Alltech Raceway. You look at this track and you think, man, she looks ready to go. But it can actually be a slimy, greasy racetrack. And the opposite. You could look at it sometimes and think, man, there is no way this track is ready to go. And it's quite the opposite. It's actually good. It's a track that has a tendency to get streaky during the feature. When it cleans off, there are a lot of drivers that I talked to in the pit area that absolutely love Alltech Raceway when it cleans off. They said one of the reasons why they love it so much is the fact that you can run the same groove 2 straight laps, but run completely different lap times as well. One lap, you could be really fast, you hit your marks, run that same groove the next lap, and you could be a full second off.
It's better when it's slowed down because it could be a second slower last night. 16.3 was the quickest by Brandon Overton. Right there, Carson Ferguson at an 18.9. And you got to remember, the turn 2, it bit a couple people here last night. Dallin Murdy was one of those as well, and they got their car fixed back with his nicer. Carson Ferguson are in Dirt Drafts Group number 1, 18.917. Corey Hitchcock, Max Blair, and Hudson. And Corey Hitchcock, a lot of experience here, DJ, in a crate late model. The Loudon, Tennessee driver. Of course, Mark Whitener, a lot of laps here in all kinds of divisions here at Alltech, DJ.
Absolutely. Just the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series running here this evening, though. They're going to have these drivers roll this racetrack a couple laps, pack this racetrack in, and we'll see them in a little bit. Hey, have you done the new Dirt Draft app yet?
I have. I have not. Did I keep my same password, or do you know that?
I think it used to be.
Okay.
It used to be Grassy Smith 00, right?
Well, it was close. But anyway, download the new app, dirtdraft.com.
It's good.
And
it's
you get
good.
to pick out. You still got the salary cap, right? About $100,000.
That's right.
And I'm going to go with one tonight, and that would be an ode to our good friend Tyler Reddick. Since we're in Florida, he won the Daytona 500. He is the youngest driver ever to win a Lucas Oil race. I'm going to put him only on Dirt Draft tonight. So I don't know what his dollar value was, but he won $2 million last Sunday at Daytona by winning that race, brother.
What if I told you that maybe at some point this weekend, I don't know if we'll get to it tonight, we actually had our folks in production put together a little Tyler Reddick montage for us.
Is Dan Stone's dog still bigger than Tyler Reddick? I think it is. I think it is.
That was cool. No, Dirt Draft, new subscribers, they actually get a $10 gift card to Hoosier Tires online merchandise. That's kind of always rotating. The other cool thing I like about this new app, and again, we'll talk more about Dirt Draft as the weekend and Speed Weeks goes on. They've actually got 3 different leagues now. You can do the Rookie League, okay, which doesn't lock until the A main. So you can wait until all the heat races are done, and then you can set a lineup just before the feature in the Rookie League. They've got the Veteran League, which is kind of what we've been used to, the lineup locks after qualifying. Or if you're really good, James, they have got the Pro League now, which locks before qualifying. So you can go out and set a lineup now. You can set a lineup after Dirt Draft
the Pro League
before qualifying.
What does it take to be in the Pro League? How many years experience?
No, it's not the Pro Pooling League. No, not the Lucas Oil Pro Pooling League.
And it doesn't, no NIL money either. So we're good to go, right?
That's exactly right.
All right, good.
And hey, the other cool thing they have as well is you see Hudson O'Neal going to the top of the leaderboard with a 18.032. They've also got predictive contests. So, for example, you could say, well, Brian Shirley qualify within the top 5 in his group, or will Max Blair finish in the top 8 in the A main? So they do some predictive contests as well, aligning themselves a little more with sports gambling. It's a lot of fun to play. We enjoy it. And with that, we'll roll out the second group of drivers for Dirt Draft Hot Laps, James, and they'll be led out by the driver out of Shreveport, Louisiana in the 15. That is Clay Stuckey, the 21-year-old. In the Clemens-powered Longhorn, the Lucas Oil Advanced Powder Coating, FiberTech Laser Cutting, Graphic Arc Express, Lone Star Super Gas, 15 for Clay Stuckey, a 3-time winner a year ago. Behind him, a driver back on tour in 2026. It's going to be the boss, Ross Robinson, out of Georgetown, Delaware. In the Ken Adam, Dutch Star Motorsports, Stokely Materials, Commonwealth Equipment, Frozen Farmer, Wesley Collins Builders, ML Joseph Sand and Gravel, Fox Shock sponsored Rocket Chassis with a Clemens Power Plant under the hood for Ross Robinson.
It'll be the Snowdrift. Blair Nodor still looking for his first career win in Lucas Oil Series. The Bargain Barn, number 76 car out of Renner, South Dakota. Behind him, the 58 car. Is this the year he can finally get his first Lucas Oil Championship? The Ken and Beth Roberts own entry, Sunoco Race Fuels, Low Voltage Solutions, and Brack Equipment, Brack Properties owned Clemens Longhorn, and that is Garrett Alberson. Garrett Alberson out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. And how about the guy behind him? Last year, he was the Malvern Bank East Series Rookie of the Year. He finished 3rd in the Malvern Bank East points behind Dylan Thornton and Chad Simpson. That is Dallin Murdy.
Absolutely, a 21-year-old with 21 wins a year ago. There's your defending series champion, James. That's Devin Moran out of Dresden, Ohio, in the Lazy Days RV, Big River Steel, C&W Trucking, Millwood Plumbing, McHugh Chrysler Dodge Jeep, Pee-wee's Record Service, Phillips CPA, Storage King sponsored number 99. Dan Ebert in the 63rd in last year's O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year chase. That Minnesota Truck Headquarters, Collins Brothers Towing, Amsoil sponsored 60 for Dan Ebert. There's the 12. Hey, a surprise entrant this weekend, Ryan Payne out of Pennsboro, West Virginia, the 35-year-old, and that Payne's Trucking Services, Perkins Supply, Jenkins Auto Parts, Dahl Brothers Fabrication, Rocket Chassis, and it never fails. They spin right in front of a light or a speaker every single time.
Some of the other guys out there, the 76 car, a great year start to the year. He had 4 wins a year ago, 4 so far this year. That is Brandon Overton. Brandon Overton in the Budweiser 76 car for Riggs Motorsports. He comes to us out of Evans, Georgia, in the 76 car, looking for his first Lucas Oil Championship here. There's the 81 car. That's then the Riggs Fiber car. That'll be Jaden Frame right, Jaden Frame,
yes,
in the 81F car.
Yes, it is.
And he comes to us.
The Riggs Motorsports car.
Yes, the Riggs Motorsports car. He comes to us out of Winchester, Tennessee for Jaden Frame. And I believe that covers everyone out there. So right now, Clay Stuckey in that Longhorn by Stuckey at 18.127. So again, last night, the quickest in hot laps was Brandon Overton at 16.399. Overton will be coming out here in a little bit. So this is Group 2 Dirt Draft Hot Laps with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series presented by FloRacing. Glad to have each and every one of you tuned in tonight. 3 nights here at All Tech. And we'll be off on Sunday and Monday, and we'll be at Bubba's place, Bubba's House of Power, Ocala, next week. By the way, Rob Penrod, the veteran Eldora Speedway co-flagman with Rick Monroe, with us here this weekend as he's with most of our races.
Let's welcome in the third member of our broadcast team who's going to be joining us in the infield for just about all of Speed Weeks. You actually might see Ben and I swap roles here. Ben up top, myself down in the infield at some point during Speed Weeks. Ben Shelton. Ben, welcome back to the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. How are things looking so far from the infield?
Well, you can already see they're starting to burn off some of that moisture in this racetrack that gets ultra. Oh, I'm keeping an eye. Garrett Alberson's going right behind my videographer, Adam Arts. You're fine. He's not going to get you. Yeah, it's already getting slick, and that's the thing to watch. We saw last night Dylan McCowan got into the fence. We saw Dallin Murdy. This place is tough on veterans. It's really tough on the rookies. And as you talked about, DJ, one lap to the next, same driver, same car. It can be more than a second difference in lap times. We're going to watch as this racetrack changes here tonight. Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, the only drivers in action here tonight. So it's going to be a quick turnaround. You can't afford to ding that race car up early.
Well, on the track right now, the 24 car, regular at Lernerville Speedway. That'll be Tyler Wyatt. Tyler Wyatt, he was in Action Evolution last week out of Oil City, Pennsylvania. The Randy Wyatt-owned car. Virgile sponsored the winchrental.com, RK Virgile truck. I guess it's Virgile is what it is.
I think it's.
I always thought it was Virgil, but
I texted Tyler yesterday and asked him that. Yeah.
Yeah. Eagle, hoist, and winch.
That's right. We know this one. We know this one. Ricky Thornton Jr. already 5 wins this year in the Knights companies. Hooker Trucking, Capital Waste, Elite Ready Mix, Coltman Farms, Certified Inspection Services, Sunoco Race Fuels 20 RT for Bobby and Jessica Kohler is Ricky Thornton Jr. There's Fast Freddie Carpenter out of Parkersburg, West Virginia, the 53-year-old in the Gates Trucking. Fights Farms, Witt's Mobile Home Movers, Leonardtown Ford Overhead Door, Joy Construction, All-American Pool Company, Poske's Performance Parts. Number C4 for Fast Freddie Carpenter, Cale Green out of Gillian, South Carolina, the 41-year-old in that Vic Hill powered Longhorn, the Cale Green Motorsports, Transtel Incorporated, Jesse's Well Service, Pelion Auto Care, Hardison Suspension Technologies 4G for Cale Green. There's the killer Kyle Bronson out of Brandon, Florida, 3 wins last year for the driver of the LTX Home Builders, Atomic Music Group, Race Car Engineering, Michael Lloyd Hauling and Demo sponsored number 40B for Kyle Bronson. And that driver sits atop the leaderboard right now, James, in this session of Dirt Draft Hot Laps. That's going to be Clay Harris out of Jupiter, Florida, and the Wilkerson Farms Impact Electrical Services. How about the Florida Peanut Federation coming on board the 6 of Clay Harris?
How about his pre-race interview, though? How about that for the year?
And there's Michael Leach, already picked up a win at Volusia last week out of Sun River, Montana, in that Dust Pods, Willow Ranch, Lonebro Motorsports, Olin Shocks, Longhorn Dynamics, sponsored number 09.
Well, Kyle Bronson back in the Lucas Oil Series, first time in 5 years. Of course, former I-80 Silver Dollar National Champion. There's the new driver in the Colt Miller JCM Motorsports, that team based in Birmingham, Alabama. That will be Brendan Smith. Brendan Smith, former Lucas Oil regular, the Yellow Hammer Neon Bubbles Car Wash 910M. He is out of Dade City, Florida, here in this 4th group of Dirt Draft Hot Laps. On the track there, 2-time Ralph Latham Memorial winner, 3-time and reigning Northern All-Star champion. It'll be Josh Rice. Josh Rice in the JRR Motorsports. James Ratliff out of Campbellsville, Kentucky Longhorn. Randall Edwards, the crew chief on that Glenwood Electric, number 11R. Out of Crittenden, Kentucky.
Behind him is going to be a driver that's already visited victory lanes 4 times this year. That's going to be Evans, Georgia's Brandon Overton of the Budweiser, Garnto Southern, Ricked Fiber, Supply Chain Management, Harco Construction, RW Powell Construction, Big Dog Stump and Tree Muscle Factory, sponsored 76. It's Brandon Overton. He'll be followed by a driver that's looking to run the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series for the first time in his career in the 3S. It's the defending Prairie Dirt Classic champion, Squirrel, Brian Shirley out of Chatham, Illinois. The Bob Cullen Racing, Thomas & Express, Oprah Trucking, J&J Ventures Gaming, Allgaier Performance, J&E Construction. Number 3S for Brian Shirley.
Former Knoxville Late Model Nationals champion. Again, you mentioned no Lucas Oil career wins. He's runner-up 8 times in his career. You mentioned that big win, the Prairie Dirt Classic at Fairbury for Brian Shirley. Been with the Outlaws the last 5 years. First full year in the Lucas Oil Series. There's a driver that was second in last year's O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year. Chase back with us. The Banning Chiropractic 22 Incorporated. Number 22, that is Daniel Hilsebeck. Daniel Hilsebeck comes to us out of Earlham, Iowa. Travis Vesterby on the crew on the 22 car.
Behind him, or a couple cars behind him, you've got the 388 of Jackson Heiss out of Ocala, Florida, the 18-year-old in the Triple Crown Trailers, Quality Services Roofing, down to Earth Fits Factory, Boswell Oil sponsored 388 for Ocala's Jackson Heiss. A couple other drivers that have snuck out in this hot lap session. How about the Long Tow Award for the driver out of Coos Bay, Oregon? It's Preston Luckman, a pair of wins last year for the driver of the Q2I Archery, Beaver State Plastics, L&L Lumber Outlet, Three Rivers Casino Resort, Quadell Industries sponsored 77 of Preston Luckman. And there's another one of the O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year candidates for 2026. That's going to be the driver out of Urbana, Missouri, Dylan McCowan, the former Lucas Oil Speedway modified champion in the Sonic Drive-In, BLC Transportation, Pomeroy Services, Empire Energy, McCowan Farm sponsored. Number 8 of Dylan McCowan.
At that Sonic restaurant. Can't wait to see all over the country Dylan McCowan, but especially in Batesville, Arkansas, the topless 100 is like 8 Sonics, right, in Batesville, Arkansas, right? How about the red, white, and blue 76? I mean, what a start to the year for Brandon Overton.
Yeah, absolutely. That Riggs Fiber, Garto Southern Budweiser entry. 4 wins already this season, and that matches the total number of wins that
That's
he had
unbelievable.
all of 2025. Always good when it comes to Florida Speed Weeks.
Ryder Ken Tiller, the crew chief. Oh, we got our first one into the wall tonight, and that's going to be Brendan Smith. And you see some little bit of right front damage. He'll take that Colt Miller JCM Motorsports car. Of course, last year, it was Spencer Hughes started in that car, then Joseph Joyner drove it. And Brendan Smith full-time in that car, Ben Shelton.
Yeah, that right front tire, they have them towed out anyway. That one's really towed out. They're got some work to do to get ready for All-Star Performance qualifying coming up in just a little bit.
We'll have about 8 minutes or so, we was told a little bit earlier by Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series director Rick Schwally, about 8 minutes after hot laps before qualifying. Jackson Heiss, James, also pulling into the infield in the 388.
How about Preston Luckman there? You mentioned he's also got a new sponsor, Harry Race, R-A-C-E Pharmacy in Sitka, Alaska.
Oh my!
Yes. Well, welcome aboard Harry Race Pharmacy. So if you're in the Sitka, Alaska area, get your pharmaceuticals there at Harry Race Pharmacy. What a name for a sponsor, Harry Race. That's his name.
Yes. Well, we want to welcome all the viewers from Sitka, Alaska.
Sitka, Alaska, right?
Have you been to Alaska?
No, have you?
No, it's the only state I haven't been to.
I'm sure they've got racetracks there.
The only state I haven't seen a race in. Yeah,
is it still dark 24/7 right now?
I don't know.
Dylan McCowan, and they're going to pull at the infield. So in that group, Brian Shirley, 18392 in that Bob and Lisa Cullen, the 3S car. That KBC Graphics, that car there is still one of the most, I mean, it's just fantastic looking race car, right? Brian Shirley, it's just clean, the whole deal. Bryce Karcher, yeah.
I know you. You love these cars at the start of the season when they're all clean, new graphics, right? I know you. You love that.
They all do look good, right?
Yes,
they all
do.
look awesome. We're ready to go. 36 cars. We're going to take a little bit of a break. How about this view here on an 80-degree night in Lake City, Florida?
I love everything about it. Hey, don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, it will be time for time trials here at Alltech Raceway, night 1 of the Veland Winter Nationals. You're watching it all live here on FloRacing. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to night number 1 of the Veland Winter Nationals here at All-Tech Raceway, Lake City, Florida. There you go, James. Dustin Jarrett, James Essex with you here in the booth. We've got Ben Shelton down in the infield. He'll be giving you all the latest news coming from the Heartbeat Hot Sauce Hot Pit. And James, we have got drivers lined up for All-Star Performance Time Trials.
You think Reddick was a good pick for Dirt Draft?
Absolutely.
You love that? Okay.
Absolutely.
Let's go. First qualification of the year in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series presented by FloRacing. Again, 12 races over the next 2.5 weeks. The 9 races that'll be Thursday, Friday, Saturday here, Ocala, and Golden Isles. Their best 5 out of those will count up next. He won the opener a year ago. That'll be Tyler Bruning out of Decorah, Iowa. He's in the Great Bruning Truck Country Quick Supply Company, Bruning Rock Products, Brown's Heavy Equipment, Olsen Explosives at the AK Race Cars Clements. And whoa, into the wall at turn 2, and it's going to bring out a Hellraiser Jack caution, right? It's Hellraiser Jack.
That's right.
Yes, I had to think about that for a second. From Rob Penrod. We'll see what happens. Bruning, his teammate Dallin Murdy got into the wall last night as he goes into turn 1 and 2, DJ, on our FK Rod Ends replay. Whoa, man. Knocked the tire off of it. He'll head to the pit area, so see the 16 car. So Zeb Holskovic will have to go to work on that car, get it back out. You see on the right rear of that car. So also out on the track will be the 32 J car. Ben, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say a lot of suspension damage on that right rear. And DJ, this new Dirt Draft, when you go pro and you pick him before qualifying, it's tough when Tyler Bruning's on your team.
Oh, no. I might have forgot to pick. I might have forgot to do pro. Sorry, Ben.
All right, there's the 32J car. First speed weeks for that driver out of Clear Spring, Maryland. That'll be Justin Weaver. He's in the Rich and MJ Whitfield. That's a Longhorn J. Dickens, Red Wing shoes. Conawago, yes. Conawago Valley, Wheeler's Towing, Baker Door Company, Chaz's Used Parts, not Chaz Thompson, but Chaz's Used Auto Parts. Chad Baker, Drain Cleaning, and JRD Automotive. He was second in last year's Porter Oil points behind Rick Eckert. There's the 71 car, former Lucas Oil champion, 34 career wins in the series. His 8th season running with Lucas Oil, and he's 25. How about that? That's Sid O'Neill out of Martinsville, Indiana. This is Motorsports Todd and Vicki Burns out of Morgantown, Indiana. That's the Big River Steel, Wheeler Metals, Merrill Bonding Company, Sunoco, Professional Concrete Cutting and Drilling, O'Neill Savage and Recycling, Lineal Contracting, Beam and Lumber, Seven Spurs Ranch, Lucas Oil, and Indiana U, Triple SA, Fats Pit Softball, Jason Durham, the crew chief on that car bin.
Hey, Dustin, Adam Martz, my ace videographer down here, has a great point. If our agreement was nightly we would go pro on the new Dirt Draft app, and you didn't get your picks in, I automatically win by default.
I don't think that's how it works.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So you didn't get your entry in time, buddy.
Nobody asked Adam anyway.
0 points. Guys, I tell you what, we talked about it. This racetrack is so tricky, and you got a guy like Tyler Bruning who is really good here, and it bites him right out of the gate. They're checking for debris out on the racetrack, but it's going to be a handful here tonight. A racetrack looks really good from down low. The temperatures are perfect, and unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be the last driver we're going to see flirt with the concrete here at All-Tech.
Well, and what's interesting, Ben, and forgive me if you mention this because I hopped on headset late, but Dallin Murdy actually grabbed the wall down in turns 1 and 2 last night on practice night as well. And I talked to Dallin back in the pit area a little bit earlier, and I said, well, what else you tear up last night? And he kind of laughed. He said, well, what didn't we tear up last night?
Well, yeah, and we talked about that, and I had to laugh because Kyle McFadden was interviewing Dallin about that last night, and he said, spin the camera around, catch this, and here comes Dylan McCowan, fellow O'Reilly Auto, well, not Murdy's not running for O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year this year, but fellow first-timer here to All-Tech Raceway, and McCowan's car had a ton of damage on the front. He goes, you just don't realize how easy it is to catch the concrete at this racetrack.
Yeah, absolutely. This thing can sneak up on you, James. We talked about it as well. It's a track that can get streaky. It can look like it's ready to go, but it's still a little slimy. And the opposite, there's times it can look slimy, but it's actually ready to go. It's a very, very unique racetrack.
When you slow it down, the racing gets better. We've seen that over the years here. By the way, we'd like to welcome Longacre, a brand new scales and tech area sponsor here in 2026. By the way, there still are some marketing opportunities still available for the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Just get a hold of Wayne Castleberry, our marketing director. And so the drone footage again, Denego and all that. But there still are some sponsorship opportunities, DJ. And we have got a long list of great, great sponsors back with us again and some new ones. So thanks to Wayne and his hard work. And the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series presented by FloRacing. Hudson O'Neal. Again, 34 career wins. His dad, Don O'Neal, who's going to be racing this year, the Masters Built House car, 46 career wins. So 80 wins between those two. Corey Lawler out there in the 93 car as well. He is in the Pontos Racing Products Rick Auto Sales Sunoco Longhorn Pro Power 93, DJ.
And first lap's going to go up on the board. Hudson O'Neal with a 1:7.873. Not Sean Jones. Sean Jones' car, Justin Weaver, with a 1:8.095. Here comes Poncho's son, Corey Lawler, 1:8.403. Second lap time's going to go up for this trio of drivers. Hudson O'Neal still the fastest, 1:7.873 for the third generation driver. Justin Weaver, second lap, a little bit better, 1:8.001. And the second and final lap time for Hanover, Pennsylvania's Corey Lawler. And he does not improve on lap number 2. He will stand at a 1:8.403. So very, very early in All-Star Performance Time Trials, James, the time to beat is that driver, the New Deal Hudson O'Neal, with a 1:7.873.
Garrett Alberson still holds the track record here. We set that last year, right? So in the 58 car, there's the 44 car. We know how well he runs down here in the Southeast. That'll be Chris Smokey Madden. He is out of Great Court, South Carolina. 18 career wins in the Lucas Oil Series. He's in the Wells & Sons Motorsports. Wells Motorsports, Millwood Plumbing, Convenient Loop, Henderson Amusement. That is the Infinity by Wells Clements, followed by the Magic Man, Mark Whitener, out of Middleburg, Florida. The Southeast Ship Repair, Ocala Restaurant, Jet Concrete Works, Baker Farms, Cody Jet, the crew chief on the Longhorn Pro Power, and Carson Ferguson. The Paler Motorsports, Longhorn Clements, DJ Hoopaw Grading Company, Coltman Farms, Triple Electric, Solidify Concrete and Floor, Buddy's Wrecker Service, 93.
Chris Madden goes 5th quick on lap number 1. 3rd fastest for Mark Whitener. Carson Ferguson checks in 6th quick. After lap number 1, lap 2 for the 44, Chris Smokey Madden, a little bit better, but he stays 5th, 1:8.410. Mark Whitener is 3rd fastest. Second lap is not as good. He'll stand on a 1:8.060. And Carson Ferguson on lap number 2. He improves, James, but he stays 6th. His best lap time, a 1:9.009. Whitener the fastest of that trio. Hudson O'Neal still the time to beat, 1:7.873.
Looking to get back as a regular this year in the Lucas Oil Series. There's the 2023 O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year, the 111 out of Centerville, Pennsylvania. That'll be Max Blair. He is in the Centerline Motorsports, Brad Spochaz. Virgile, that is the Iron and Steel, Riggs Fiber. Also sponsored by Creekside Auto Sales, C&J Dairy, Murphy's Logging. That's a Longhorn Clements. His dad, Robbie Blair, the crew chief. Followed by the 79. This car won the Rookie of the Year last year with Donald McIntosh. Running for Rookie of the Year again this year, that'll be Corey Hitchcock. Corey Hitchcock out of Loudon, Tennessee. He's in the Billy Hicks Racing. That's the H&H Auto Sales, Sunoco. Swiss Springs, Longhorn Eagle. And Ryan Payne out of Pennsboro, West Virginia. DJ, the Payne's Trucking, Perkins Supply Company, Jenkins Auto Parts, Barnes Trucking, Dahl Brothers, Number Rocket Pro Power 12R.
Corey Hitchcock 7th fastest on lap number 1. Max Blair is 4th quick. Ryan Payne is 9th quick. Lap number 2 now coming up for the driver of the 111, Max Blair, and he jumps up to 3rd fastest. Good lap, 1:8.009. The 79 of Corey Hitchcock, lap number 2, is not quite as good. He'll be 7th with a 1:8.744. Ryan Payne's second lap is better. He'll bump up 1 spot to 8th. Ryan Payne's best lap, 1:8.964. After 9 cars, it's Hudson O'Neal, Justin Weaver, Max Blair, your top 3.
The Dahl brothers on the 12th car, right? So he's the land shark. Clay Harris is the shark. All we're missing is the silver shark, right? Scott James, right? I'm sure he's watching back home in Lawrenceburg, Indiana, the 99 of the defending series champion. It'll be Devin Moran. He's out of Dresden, Ohio. He's in the Double Down Motorsports. Roger Sellers, Big River Steel, Millwood Plumbing, C&W Trucking, Phillips CPA, Bomag, Car Source Auto, Hazen Services, Brad McLaughlin on the crew this year, Dylan Mirando, Houston Knoll, Chuck Kimball still the crew chief, followed by Jayton Frame out of Winchester, Tennessee. He's in the Riggs Motorsports, Riggs Fiber, Gateway Tire and Service, Best One Tire and Auto, United Truck Driving, Longhorn Clements and Garrett Alberson, the Ken and Beth Roberts, Brack Property, Sunoco, Low Voltage Solution, Bill Sport Shop, Romer Machine, Sims Family Racing, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Mitchell Rance, Hogan Farms, Longhorn Clements, 58 for Garrett Alberson, 5 times a winner now in the Lucas Oil Series in his career.
Devin Moran 7th, Jaden Frame 12th, Garrett Alberson 9th after lap number 1. Lap 2 for the defending series champ Devin Moran, much better. 5th quick, 1:8.243 for the Dresden, Ohio driver. Second lap time for Jaden Frame is not as good. He'll be 12th, 1:9.214. And Garrett Alberson's second lap time also not as good. He'll be 9th. His best lap, 1:8.914. Devin Moran quickest of that trio. Hudson O'Neal still the fastest after 12 cars. That time to beat 1:7.873.
Up next will be the 15 car. Comes to us out of Shreveport, Louisiana. That'll be Clay Stuckey. He is in the Fiber Tech Laser Cutting, Graphics Arts Express, Extreme Graphics, Advanced Powder Coating, Mooring Transit, Lone Star Super Gas. It's a Longhorn Clements, followed by Dallin Murdy, last year's Malvern Bank East Series Rookie of the Year, third in the points behind Dylan Thornton and Chad Simpson. He's in the Broning Skyline Motorsports Quality Services, Stealth Oil Well, Bruning Rock Products, Murdy Farms, Brown's Heavy Equipment. That's an 8K Race Cars Clements, followed by Dan Ebert out of Lakeshore, Minnesota, and the James Trantina, Collins Brothers Towing of St. Cloud, Minnesota. Minnesota Truck Headquarters, Amsoil, Christensen Group Insurance. That's a Rocket Durham for Dan Ebert.
Clay Stuckey goes 12th fastest on lap number 1. Dallin Murdy's first lap time is 8th quick. And Dan Ebert will check in 7th fastest his first time around. Lap number 2, Clay Stuckey out of Shreveport, Louisiana, driving for his father, Ronnie Stuckey. Second lap time, a tick better, up 1 spot to 11th. Clay Stuckey, 1:8.829. Dallin Murdy was 8th last time by. He's up to 5th. Good lap for the Chelsea, Iowa native. And now Dan Ebert goes 5th. So Dan Ebert 5th, 1:8.221. Dallin Murdy, 1:8.221. They go out to now 4 decimal points. That gives the advantage to Dan Ebert 5th, Dallin Murdy 6th after 15 cars. Hudson O'Neal still the fastest here in Group A.
2 more to go. Again, Tyler Bruning did not get a lap in. So we got 2 more to go here in Group A. It'll be heats 1 and 2 here tonight. It'll be Ross Robinson looking to return to the Lucas Oil Series this year. The boss out of Georgetown, Delaware, the Ken Adams, Dutch Star Motorsports, Stokely Materials, Commonwealth Equipment, Wesley Collins Builders, Delmarva Hydraulics. I just love his saying the word Delmarva. Georgetown Speedway, ML Joseph, Santa Gravel, his wife Amanda Robinson, the crew chief on the Rocket Clements, followed by the 76. It'll be the Snowdrift. It'll be Blair Nodorf. He's out of Renner, South Dakota. He is in the Rocket Clements, Bargain Barn Tire Center, Western Provisions, Grandpa Ben's Ranch, Asphalt Pros, Maloney Real Estate, Glanzer Trucking, Howe Heating, Cooling and Plumbing, number 76. I'm glad I could read your writing. I'm glad you wrote that because I would not have been able to read mine.
I know exactly how you are. Ross Robinson's going to be 16th on lap number 1. Snowdrift goes 10th fastest. You're welcome for that, James. Absolutely. They're gunning for Hudson O'Neal here in Group A. The last 2 cars, 1:7.873 for Hudson O'Neal, the time to beat. Second lap time for Ross Robinson is better. He'll be 17th, 1:9.358 is his best lap. Blair Nodorf's second lap time, not quite as good. He will stay 10th with a best lap of 1:8.478. And that is a wrap on All-Star Performance Time Trials for Group A. Hudson O'Neal, the only driver in the 17-second bracket, James, as he lays down a 1:7.873. You might see us off by 1 digit there at the end if you're watching at home. That's because, again, it goes out to 4 digits on the My Race Pass app and rounds up or down accordingly. How about Justin Weaver, second quick in the Sean Jones 32J? Good qualifying effort for him. Fellow Keystone State driver Max Blair 3rd, Mark Whitener 4th, and Dan Ebert 5th. Then it's Dallin Murdy, Devin Moran, Corey Lawler, Chris Madden, and Blair Nodorf rounding out the top 10 in All-Star Performance Time Trials for Group A. The way that shook out, James, will set the lineups for heat races 1 and 2 a little bit later on here this evening.
So heat 1 will have O'Neal and Blair?
Max Blair.
And then how about heat number 2 will have Justin Weaver and Mark Whitener.
Justin Weaver, Mark Whitener, Dallin Murdy, and Corey Lawler will be the first 4 starters in heat race number 2 coming up a little bit later on, Summit Racing Heat 2, and I'm here for it.
Well, you love seeing new names up front, right? I mean, it's just a great series, right? I mean, it's just the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series presented by FloRacing. Our partnership with FloRacing is going to get bigger and bigger, and Man, can't wait for this year. And how about group number 2, which will be heats 3 and 4 tonight? It'll be led up by Cale Green. How about Chris Mann jumping in that car last year, winning a couple of races? Cale Green out of Pelion, right?
Pelion,
South Carolina. Racing Jason would love that, wouldn't he? He is in the Pelion Auto Care, Transtel Incorporated, Jesse's Well Pump, Vic Hill, Longhorn for Cale Green. He will be followed by the 24 out of Oil City, Pennsylvania. That'll be Tyler Wyatt. Tyler Wyatt and the Randy Wyatt, Longhorn Chassis, winchrental.com. RK Virgile Trucking, Eagle Hoist Winch, Close Racing Supply, Precision Tool of Oil City LLC, Lockhart Raceway, and Jones Notary, number 24 for Tyler Wyatt. So right now the time to beat overall, again, 17.874 Hudson O'Neal in 71.
Of course, 4 heat races here tonight, James. There'll be 8 laps each. Coming up a little bit later on, the top 4 out of each heat race lock themselves into tonight's main event. And then we'll have 2 B mains. Top 3 out of those will set the stage for tonight's A main.
And then your provisional, still based on last year's championship points. We have 20 drivers right now presently that have signed up, that have pledged to run the series this year. Now, as far as Rookie of the Year, DJ, now that pays the record still $20,000 to win. They do have until April 1st to do that. So right now you would have Hedgecock, Rice, Carpenter, and McCowan, right?
Yes.
So far have pledged to do that. But they've got until April 1st to decide, and I would assume all 4 of them probably will.
Yeah, and of course, Brian Shirley running the series this year, not eligible, though, for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year. So there's Cale Green. He was a surprise entrant when he unloaded today. He was not here at practice last night. You mentioned the Transtel Incorporated, Pelion Auto Care sponsored entry. There's the 24 of Tyler Wyatt, rapidly improving driver out of Oil City, Pennsylvania. We see him at Lernerville every year, the 21-year-old. And the other driver on the track is the 20 RT, Ricky Thornton Jr. Absolutely, James, RTJ. And that Knights Companies, Hoker Trucking, Capital Waste, Elite Ready Mix, Coleman Farms Racing, Certified Inspection Services, Sunoco Race Fuels, 20 RT for Bobby and Jessica Kohler. He's second quick. Cale Green third. Tyler Wyatt the time to beat after lap number 1. Lap 2 for Green, not as good. Tyler Wyatt's second lap is better, 1:8.496. Ricky Thornton Jr.'s won the opener at Alltech 3 years in a row, and his second lap time is not as good, 1:8.621. How about that? Tyler Wyatt the time to beat after the first 3 cars in Group B. The 21-year-old out of Oil City, Pennsylvania lays down a solid qualifying lap, 1:8.496.
Thornton, 56 career wins in the Lucas Oil Series. So far it's Justin Weaver and Tyler Wyatt night in America here, right? on a Thursday night.
Yes.
I'll take it. It'll be the 09 car. Got his first career win in a late model last week in Volusia. That'll be Michael Leach. He's out of Sun River, Montana. He's in the Paul Leach, Longhorn, Durham, Despots, Willow Ranch, Sheep Creek, Montana. Lowenbro Motorsports 09, followed by the 40B, the KBM and Brandon entry. That'll be Kyle Bronson. He is in the Rocket Clements, Race Car Engineering, LTX, Home Builders, Boswell Oil, Michael Lloyd, Hauling and Demolition, Allgaier Performance, Atomic Music Group, Lucas Oil, Borchers Equipment, and Clay Harris in the Longhorn, Scott Bailey, Wilkerson Farms, Impact Electrical, National Fragile X, and Florida Peanut Federation 6.
I'm here for it. Michael Leach, 4th quick. Kyle Bronson, 5th quick. Clay Harris to the top of the leaderboard. Good lap, 1:8.328 for Clay Harris. Second lap for Michael Leach. 3rd quick, better, 1:8.577. Second lap for KB40 is a little better. He'll stay 6th, 1:8.806. And Clay Harris's second lap is even better, James, 1:8.170 for the Jupiter, Florida driver, Clay Harris. That is going to be awfully tough to beat here in All-Star Performance Time Trials for Group B.
Well, up next will be the number 1 car, looking for his first Lucas Oil Championship back full-time. Will be the number 1, 35 career wins. Out of New Berlin, Illinois, it'll be Brandon Shepard. He's with the Mark Richards Racing, Valvoline, Swebert Cap Ranches, Ace Metalworks, Performance Grading, Petrov Towing, Sunoco, Franklin Enterprises, Gunners Honey, Styles Marine and Maintenance. It's a Rocket Durham, followed by Fast Freddie Carpenter. Out of Parkersburg, West Virginia, the Leonardtown Ford, Witz Mobile Home Movers, Joy Contracting, Overhead Door, Conley Trucking, Fights Farms, Gates Trucking, that's on Kryptonite with a Vic Hill, followed by Tyler Millwood. He's out of Kingston, Georgia, the Rocket Durham, Millwood Plumbing, Competition Equipment, Tarpon Solutions, Machine Construction, Gray's Mobile Services, and Sugar Rush Baked Goods. That's his wife. There you go.
Who doesn't love a good Sugar Rush? It's Brandon Shepard, second quick. Freddie Carpenter, ninth. Tyler Millwood, eighth after lap number 1. Shep with a win at Volusia last week. Comes off corner number 4. His second lap time is not quite as good. He'll stay second, 1:8.439. Fast Freddie on lap 2 is 1:8.909, and Tyler Millwood will be 8th quick, 1:8.838. So Clay Harris, Brandon Shepard, Tyler Wyant, your top 3 qualifiers after 9 here in All-Star Performance Time Trials for Group B.
Hudson O'Neal still fastest overall, 17.874. Let's see, Jackson Heiss had some issues in hot laps. See if he makes an appearance out of Ocala, Florida. The 388, he is in the Triple Crown Trailers, Quality Services Roofing, Herbert Graphics, Down to Earth Trailers. Jason Fitzgerald, Ronnie Blair on the crew chief of the crew chief Jason Fitzgerald, Ronnie Blair also helping out the Longhorn Clements. There's the 388. Former Rookie of the Year in Hunt the Front Series. He'll be returning to that series in 2026. It'll be Brandon Overton. He's out of Evans, Georgia. Back in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series this year. Brandon Overton, 19 career wins in Lucas Oil competition. He's in the Riggs Motorsports. Budweiser, Garnto, Southern Riggs Fiber, Muscle Factory, Harco Construction, Big Dog Stumpin' Tree, R.W. Powell. Ryder Cantillo, the crew chief on the Longhorn Clements, followed by Brendan Smith. We'll see if he's out there. DJ, did he get it fixed?
He did. Yes, he did.
He did. He is in the Colton Miller JCM Motorsports, Rocket, J. Dickens, Yellowhammer Construction, Base Fuels, Big Daddy's Cattle, the Mercantile, Wicks Filters, and Neon Bubbles Car Wash, 19M.
James, what if I told you Jackson Heiss just went second quick, 1:8.179 for the 388. Brendan Smith, 8th quick. Let's see Jackson Heiss's second lap, not quite as good. Brandon Overton was 9th fastest on lap number 1. He goes to the top of the leaderboard, 1:7.977 for big sexy Brandon Overton. And Brendan Smith's second lap, not quite as good. He'll be 9th with a best lap of 1:8.654. A shake-up atop the leaderboard in All-Star Performance Time Trials Group B. It's now Brandon Overton, Clay Harris, Jackson Heiss, your top 3 after 12.
Oh, man. Let's go. 12 races down here, Georgia, Florida Speed Weeks. We'll be back here tomorrow night at All Tech and Saturday night. Then we'll be at Ocala next week, Bubba Clem's House of Power. Looking forward to that. Here's Brian Shirley, looking to run his first full year in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series after the last 5 years with the Outlaws. He is out of Chatham, Illinois. Your defending Prairie Dirt Classic champion, the Bob and Lisa Cola, out of Chilton, Wisconsin. Thomas & Express, Hoker Trucking, All Guy Performance, Ted Brown's Quality Paint and Body, Cheap Cars, J&J Gaming, J&E Construction, Longhorn Durham, followed by Dylan McCowan out of Urbana, Missouri. He's at the Longhorn, Scott Bailey, Sonic, Empire Energy, Pomeroy Services, BLC Transportation, Midwest Sheet Metal, Mel Hamilton, Ford, and Josh Rice. The 11R out of Crittenden, Kentucky, the James Ratliff, Longhorn Clements, MC Tank, Rice Excavating and Plumbing, Shane Locker, Glenwood Electric, MG Auto Sales, Berea Collision, JRR Trucking, Randall Edwards, the crew chief on the 11R, Dustin Jarrett.
Brian Shirley, 4th fastest. Dylan McCowan, 14th fastest. And Josh Rice, he goes 14th quick. Lap number 2 coming up, Brian Shirley. Does he have anything for Brandon Overton? Second lap for Squirrel, not quite as good. He'll stay 4th, 1:8.306. Second lap time for Dylan McCowan, not as good. He's currently 15th. Best lap, 1:9.208, and Josh Rice improves on lap 2, James. He'll move up to 7th quick with a 1:8.563. So we have had 15 drivers attempt a lap here in Group B, 3 drivers to go. It's Brandon Overton with the time to beat, 1:7.977.
It'll be Daniel Hilsenbeck, DJ, last year's runner-up in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year chase. He is out of Earlham, Iowa. He's in the Bandon Chiropractic, 22 Enterprises, Big Deal Car Care, Alley Auto Sales, Hilsenbeck Farms, Wolfmark Roofing, Tristan Vesterbay is the crew chief on the Capital Clements. He'll be followed by the 77 out of Coos Bay, Oregon. It'll be Preston Luckman. He's in the Rocket Pro Power, L&L Lumber Outlet, Q21 Archery, right?
Q2I Archery, yes sir.
Beaver State Plastics, Quadell Industries, They give us some tough ones, don't they? Farwell, is that Farwell Tire Factory, Three Rivers Casino Resort, and Harley Race Pharmacy in Sitka, Alaska. Sponsor Preston Luckman, and what do you have for Mr. Boyd?
Adam Boyd out of Riverview, Florida, the 46-year-old. It's a performance racing engine with a kryptonite for him. The A&H Motorsports, ABS Construction Facility Maintenance, Thunder Bay Construction, B4 Sign sponsored 6B for Adam Boyd. White flag in the air for these drivers. Preston Luckman 13th. Adam Boyd was 18th. Checkered flag now going to be in the air for the 22 of Daniel Hilsebeck. 7th quick. Good lap. 1.850.915 would have been a hell of a good lap. Lap number 2 for Preston Luckman, not quite as good. 1.819 his best lap. He's 14th. And Adam Boyd's second and final lap time is going to be 19.843. He is 18th. That's a wrap on All-Star Performance Time Trials. It was Brandon Overton, the quickest in Group B with a 1.7.977. Clay Harris second, Jackson Heiss third, Brian Shirley fourth. And as long as those drivers made their way through the Longacre Products Tech and Scale area, A-OK, they will start on the front row of heat races 3 and 4. Then it was Brandon Shepard, Tyler Wyatt, Daniel Hilsebeck, Josh Reitz, Michael Leach, and Ricky Thornton Jr. rounding out the top 10. Just one class running here tonight at the Alltech Raceway. It's the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series presented by FloRacing, and our very own Ben Shelton has caught up with the overall quick qualifier here tonight, Hudson O'Neal.
Well, Hudson, that's a fast way to start the year. Last year, you had 3 All-Star Performance qualifying efforts the entire year. Tonight, you come out and you get the first one out of the bag. Fastest in Dirt Draft Hot Laps, fastest in All-Star Performance qualifying. Is this a clean sweep kind of night for this team?
I don't know about that. It's every lap, every position's tough, and to be able to qualify quick time, which is something that we've struggled to do over the last couple of years, it's a good feeling to get started here at a place notoriously I haven't been amazing at. So we're looking forward to the rest of the night, the rest of the weekend here. I think we got a good piece. We just got to try not to mess it up.
Hudson O'Neal, tonight's All-Star Performance Fast Qualifier, guys. We're going to step aside. Thanks to marketing partners. We come back for Simpson Race Products Heat Races coming your way.
We showed the world what it means to go big, combining mini-mill technology with industry-leading talent, producing steel our customers need in an environmentally responsible way. Now, we're going even bigger. BR2, Big River Steel's second, highly sustainable and technologically advanced steel mill is now operational, allowing us to deliver even more of the sustainable steel needed to solve the challenges of tomorrow without sacrificing performance today.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
Established in 1983, FK Rod Ends has been the industry leader for both midget and micro racing. Family owned and operated, we take pride in our products and our name because we know you value yours. Visit our website, www.fkrodends.com, to find out how you can join our winning team. FK Rod Ends. To beat the best, you've got to use the best.
The Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series is brought to you by Veland, the official aluminum supplier of the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. By ARP, quality first and made in the USA. And by Summit Racing, let's build it together. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to night number 1 of the Veland Winter Nationals here at All-Tech Raceway in Lake City, Florida. Opening night for the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series here in 2026. Do want to remind everyone that coming up on Saturday at 3:30 p.m., Dirt Racing Outreach will have their service here in the grandstands. Aaron Ford will be speaking, and that is open to anyone that is here. Again, that's the Dirt Racing Outreach service, and that will be here in the main grandstand Saturday at 3:30 p.m. And while you're here, you might as well stick around Saturday for the autograph session. That will follow shortly thereafter ahead of a big night of racing here on Saturday. But first things first, we're ready to get underway with opening ceremonies here this evening, and we will turn the keys over to my good friend from Dirt Racing Outreach, Mr. Joe Kelly, who will deliver this evening's invocation. So those of you on the grounds, if you would, we'll ask you to please rise and remove your caps at this time.
Thank you, Dustin. Welcome to All-Tech Raceway fans. Please join me for a word of prayer. Father, we come to you tonight just grateful to be back racing here. Beautiful weather at All-Tech Raceway tonight. We thank you, Lord, for looking out for us, looking out for all the staff. We thank you, Father, for the passion of auto racing that you have instilled in us. We thank you for that desire that the drivers had that go out here with their 950 horsepower dirt super late models to put on a show for us. We thank you for that, Lord. Most of all, Lord, we have so many things to be thankful about, but most of all, Lord, we thank you for the United States of America. We thank you for the great military that serves us in this country. Whether they're here or around the world, we ask that you would look after them and bless them. Father, we thank you for all the public servants, our school teachers, our police officers, the janitors in the school. We thank you for every public servant's heart. We lift up the children to you in the United States. We speak a blessing over them, Lord. May they be safe in school. May they have good parents at home. May they have good inspiration, and may they come to a Lucas Oil Dirt Late Model Series race this year. Father, we thank you for all those things, but most of all, we thank you for your Son, Jesus Christ, and it's in his name that we pray tonight, and everybody said amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Joe. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we'll ask you to please remain standing, and we'll direct your attention to Old Glory in the infield for the playing of the Star-Spangled Banner. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Night 1 of the Veland Winter Nationals here at All-Tech Raceway, about to get underway. James, we have got the first of 4 heat races for the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series in the staging lane. Again, 8 laps will be the distance. The top 4 out of each heat race will advance into tonight's 40-lap main event. And without further ado, let's go ahead and take a look at the starting lineup for Penske Shock's heat race number 1.
And the winner of this race will be on the Bill Stein pole here tonight at All-Tech. It'll be the 71 former series champion and rookie of the year, 34 career wins. It'll be Hudson O'Neal. He's out of Martinsville, Indiana. And on the outside, it is return to the Lucas Oil Series this year, the 111 out of Centerville, Pennsylvania. That is Max Blair.
Row number 2 on the inside out of Lakeshore, Minnesota, one of last year's rookie of the year candidates. That's going to be Dan Ebert in the James Trantina number 60, and on his outside out of Dresden, Ohio, in the 99, it's Devin Moran.
It'll be the Wells Motorsports Infinity by Wells for Chris Madden, 18 times a career winner in the Lucas Oil Series. He's at a Great Court, South Carolina. And looking to run for O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year in the car that won the Rookie of the Year last year with Donald McIntosh, the Billy Hicks 79. It'll be Corey Hedgecock. He's out of Loudon, Tennessee.
And we move back to row 4 on the inside out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. In the 58 for Ken and Beth Roberts, that is going to be Garrett Albertson. And on his outside out of Lincolnton, North Carolina, and the Paylor Motorsports number 93 for Donald and Gina Bradshaw, that is Carson Ferguson. And your final starter is the driver of the Dutch Star Motorsports number 7 for Ken Adams. That is going to be Ross Robinson out of Georgetown, Delaware. 9 cars, 8 laps, top 4 advance to the A main. Ben Shelton will send it down to you.
Yeah, I tell you what, how about a tough heat race if you're running the Tour this year? 8 of the 9 starters, only Chris Madden, the only driver in this one, not scheduled to run the full Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series season this year. So points, they matter in every event. Again, the last 3 nights at all 3 racetracks, the best 5 finishes for those 9 nights count toward your season-long total. And if you're starting deep in this one, like Ross Robinson, Carson Ferguson, Garrett Albertson, you got your work cut out for you.
All right, thanks a lot, Ben. Appreciate that. And look at the onboard camera.
Do we have a sponsor for that? If not, Castleberry will get one. Right? By the way, Victory Fuel, they're still with us. They've been sponsoring the Pole Award the last several years. They are now the power move of the race, DJ, and we'll have to mention that. How about Duran, Ace Duran, Hauling and Rigging? They are a new Start Zone sponsor here in 2026.
Absolutely. You mentioned Hellraiser Jack sponsoring the caution flag as well, giving these guys just a couple laps here to make sure the racetrack is ready to go in the first green flag of 2026 for the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series presented by FloRacing will drop momentarily. And you mentioned it, the winner of this one will start on the Bill Stein pole. Hudson O'Neal and Max Blair in row 1. Dan Ebert and Devin Moran in row 2. What a loaded field. Chris Madden and Corey Hedgecock in row 3. Garrett Alberson, Carson Ferguson, and Ross Robinson. 9 cars, 8 laps, top 4 will race their way in.
Welcome back, Heartbeat Hot Sauce. HeartbeatHotSauce.com or on Amazon. Great product, and they're back again here in 2026 with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Hudson O'Neal, 34 career wins in the Lucas Oil Series. Max Blair has 1 in the 111 in his return. Dan Ebert, the former, Winter X Games snowmobile medalist. Speaking of that, we don't have X Games now, but we've got the Olympics. And then you have Devin Moran, the defending series champion in 99, Dustin. Here we go.
Green flag going to fly in the Ace Duran starting zone, and it's going to be Hudson O'Neal getting the early hole shot down into turns 1 and 2.
Out of turn number 2, Moran's going to make the outside work down the back straightaway. So the last 2 of the last 3 series champions going at it, O'Neal and Moran. Out at turn number 4, Moran has a beat on the outside. DJ down the main straightaway. O'Neal by a car length underneath Rob Penrod's green flag.
And Devin Moran didn't have the run that he wanted at Volusia last week as he goes to the outside of the 71 in a battle for the lead on the left side of your screen. On the right side, you rode along with Hudson O'Neal momentarily. Now Devin Moran going to go back down to the bottom. Moran didn't have the Volusia that he wanted last week. They loaded up, they kind of regrouped and wanted to make sure they had themselves a good hot rod for the start of the 2026 Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series season.
Hudson O'Neal is 8th year. 25 years old as a Lucas Oil regular. Moran back again this year. Devin Moran, 24 career wins. Good battle here as they head down the main straightaway. The Hellraiser Jack's halfway mark coming up. It's a dandy between 2 Lucas Oil regulars, Hudson O'Neal and Devin Moran down the back straightaway at All Tech, DJ.
And you mentioned it, those 2 drivers have pulled ahead just a little bit from your 3rd place car, Max Blair. Right now, Dan Ebert remains in the final transfer spot just ahead of Chris Madden, as Madden's got to run down to the inside of him, as I love the ride along there with Hudson O'Neal. Here comes Madden now on the right side of your screen. He's going to take that final transfer spot away momentarily from Dan Ebert. Ebert back down to the inside.
Coming out of turn number 4. Again, the provisionals tonight will be based on last year's final points. Ebert slides up the track and they make contact. Ebert still has it over Smokey Madden. Right now, it's O'Neal and Moran down the back straightaway, about 4 car lengths. So the Martinsville, Indiana driver, 2 to go coming up as we've got a battle. And here comes Carson Ferguson. He'll go around Chris Madden.
Yeah, Carson Ferguson from the 8th starting spot, going to work his way up to 5th now. Meanwhile, 2 laps to go for your race leaders. Hudson O'Neal and Devin Moran. Carson Ferguson now 1 spot out of a transfer, and he's going to have a little ways to go. He's 1.2 seconds back of your 4th place car, Dan Ebert. Barrett's Performance 1 to go for your leader, Hudson O'Neal.
And they got to pass through the Longacre scales. O'Neal right down to turn 1. Moran 2nd. Max Blair solid in 3rd as he has been the entire race. 4th remains Dan Ebert. Final lap as they'll head to Rob Penrod's checkered flag. And Hudson O'Neal looking to earn the Bill Stein Shocks Pole Award here tonight at Old Tech.
He'll get it done in the 71. James' 2nd spot's going to go to Devin Moran. Max Blair finishes 3rd. And how about Dan Ebert locking in that final transfer spot in the 60? The rest of the field, we'll see them in one of our B-mains a little bit later on tonight. Carson Ferguson 5th, Chris Madden 6th, Corey Hedgecock 7th, Garrett Alberson 8th, and Ross Robinson 9th. So finishing 4th, the 60 of Dan Ebert. 3rd goes to the 111 of Max Blair. 2nd, the 99 of Devin Moran. And your winner is going to be the driver of the 71 out of Martinsville, Indiana. He's in the Todd and Vicky Burns SSI Motorsports, Professional Concrete Cutting and Drilling, Wheeler Metals, Merrill Bonding, Big River Steel, Lanil Construction, O'Neal Salvage and Recycling, Indiana USSSA Fast Pitch, Longhorn horn. How about a round of applause for the 25-year-old Hudson O'Neal as you ride along with him into the Longacre Products Tech and Scale area.
That's right. Welcome to the team, Longacre Racing Products. I tell you what, longtime supporter of racing. Glad to have him the sponsor of the Tech and Scales down here for the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Hudson O'Neal, he's batting 1,000 here tonight. Fastest in Dirt Draft Hot Laps, fastest in All-Star Performance Qualifying, and he picks up the win in Penske Shocks Heat 1. Hudson, Devin Moran, I don't know if you could hear him out there. He stepped to your outside a few times. You kept your groove, though. Right now, where is this race car the best?
Yeah, it was definitely interesting. That first heat race, I didn't know where I needed to be. We were qualified in the bottom 1 and 2, and then one of those laps, I heard him out there, and I was like, oh, man, this thing's going to move a little bit. So, yeah, that's fun. Really good racetrack right now. So, hopefully it'll be good in the feature, and got to get starting spot anyway, so we'll see how it goes.
You said this place hadn't been good to you in the past. Are you feeling a little bit better about it so far tonight?
Yeah, I feel perfect about it right now. Yeah.
Jason Durham, he's got this SSI Motorsports number 71 dialed in. Hudson O'Neal, he wins Penske Shocks Heat 1.
We'll fire off from the Bill Stein pole in tonight's 40-lap main event. We're going to move on to Summit Racing Heat 2. 8 laps the distance, top 4 transfer. It lines up like this. How about the Clear Spring, Maryland driver, James? Justin Weaver on the pole in the 32J, and on his outside out of Middleburg, Florida. In the 5, the Magic Man, Mark Whitener.
Also out of the Northeast to be 93, looking to return to the Lucas Oil Series again full-time this year to be Corey Lawler out of Hanover, Pennsylvania. And on the outside, the 76, he's out of Renner, South Dakota. That'll be Blair Nodor.
Shreveport, Louisiana's Clay Stuckey will roll from the inside of row 3. He's in the 15, and on his outside, the Land Shark. Out of Pennsboro, West Virginia in the 12, that's Ryan Payne.
Well, last year, 3rd place finisher in the Malvern Bank East Late Models Series. He was the Rookie of the Year for that series. It'll be Dallin Murdy. First time here at Speed Weeks. He's out of Chelsea, Iowa. The Bruning Motorsports, Skyline Motorsports 13, and outside in the Riggs Motorsports 81F, it'll be Jane Frame. He's out of Winchester, Tennessee, and Tyler Bruning is out there. Got into the wall in the 16 car. The season opener winner last year at Golden Isles for Fear the Beard in 16. So you got both Skyline cars in this race, DJ, and Murdy and Tyler Bruning.
Hey, one really cool thing, the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, check out the safety lights there on the race car engineering pace truck, James. Send a big shout out to Joe Benson and all the great folks at Lightseaver. That's something that they're utilizing here tonight. We'll be utilizing again throughout the course of the year as well at select events. Those lights are all basically engineered together, whether it's the safety truck, whether it's the lights around the racetrack, and they've also got the lights inside the dash of the race car as well. They're controlled up here at the top of the racetrack or up in the scoring booth, and whenever a caution flag comes out, those lights automatically flip to yellow all the way around the racetrack in the safety vehicles, in the pace truck, in the scoring tower, and inside the race cars as well. Just another safety innovation here in the world of dirt late model racing.
One of these drivers is going to start inside of the second row. This is awesome, right?
I love it.
Weaver, Whitener, Lawler, Nodor, Stuckey, Payne, Murdy, Frame. Can Tyler Bruning come from the tail?
Oh, my, he could.
And win this race. All right, 8 laps, top 4 transfers. Summit Racing Equipment 2 at the Ace Duran starting zone.
Green flag is out, and they're side by side off into turns 1 and 2. Great qualifying effort for Justin Weaver in the Sean Jones 32J. Mark Whitener, though, gets a good run to the outside. He'll lead the field down the back straightaway. Justin Weaver in second. Snowdrift is third. They're side by side for fourth. Clay Stuckey in the 15. Corey Lawler in the 93. Dallin Murdy right there in the 13 at the end of lap number 1.
DJ, the only driver in this race that's ever won a Lucas Oil race is Tyler Bruning.
Yes,
down the back straightaway.
ago.
The season opener a year ago. Here comes Dallin Murdy down the back straightaway. One of the young rising stars. What was it in 2021? Over 40 stock car wins for Dallin Murdy as they come off of turn number 4.
And Dallin Murdy is something, man. Damon's son. The son of Damon Murdy, Dallin Murdy, driving for Greg Bruning, Skyline Motorsports in the 1321, wins a year ago. 2-time Boone Super Nationals champ. 3 cars under a blanket for the final transfer spot. Wow. That's the battle for fourth. James Clay Stuckey in 15, Corey Lawler in 93, and Dallin Murdy in the 13.
Gotta love it as they come out of turn 2. It's still the Magic Man, Mark Whitener. A lot of laps on this track. Don't forget we have the Steve Whitener Memorial this weekend. And he comes out of turn 4, and he is dominating right now in the Cody Jet crew chief, number 5.
Yeah, Whitener looking real good in this one, James, as he has stretched out to a pretty good advantage over the rest of the field. Lap timing and scoring not up in front of us right now, and that's why you don't see it home. But trust me when I tell you, he has got well over a half straightaway advantage over Justin Weaver. You still look back on the battle. It's now a battle for third, James, between Lawler, the 76 of Nodorf, the 15 of Stuckey, and the 13 of Murdy.
Has Mark Widener ever won a Lucas Oil heat race? I'm not sure. But you mentioned
I think he has.
Yeah, we had the split screen now. Here comes Brennan trying to make a move on Stuckey, trying to get that fourth and final transfer spot. He's already halfway to Ocala. And we're going to have a Hellraiser Jacks caution, the first of the night, and it's for Pennsboro, West Virginia's Ryan Payne.
Yeah, tough break for the driver of the number 12 as Ryan Payne gets crossed up down in turns 1 and 2. He'll rejoin the field at the tail, and we unofficially have 5 laps in the books, 3 laps to go in this one. And this one has been all Mark Whitener since the drop of the green, and that will erase a nearly full straightaway advantage that Whitener had over second place Justin Weaver.
Justin Weaver, first Speed Weeks. He was second in Port Royal's regular points a year ago to Rick Eckert, who's crewing on the 7 of Ross Robinson again this year here for Speed Week. So third is Lawler. Good heated battle back there, DJ, for third on back. As you see, Lawler, then Blair Nodorf. So Mark Whitener, the Magic Man. Again, Cody Jett turning the wrenches on that car as the crew chief in that Longhorn Pro Power. Southeast Ship Repair, Ocala Restaurant Supply. And I want to mention Ocala Restaurant Supply, DJ, because they will be help sponsoring the return of John Gill to racing coming up for the John Gill Classic at Brownstown in April. Just like to put that out there right now. Here we go, out of turn 4. There you go.
All right, green flag back out. The Ace Duran hauling and rigging. The restarts out. Justin Weaver going to look down to the inside, James. Does he have something for Mark Whitener? Whitener going to power off that high side in turn 2. Weaver able to keep pace. Side by side for the lead through turns 3 and 4. Yes, it is. Meanwhile, here comes Bruning and here comes Stuckey on the right side. Weaver had him that time by at the line.
It's not as high banked as Port Royal, right? No. How about Weaver? It may be just as long in these straightaways. Good battle, and Weaver has taken the lead. Here we come to the Barron's Performance. White flag, 1 to go. Well, I know Widener, I don't believe, ever won a heat race at Lucas Oil Series. How about Maryland's Justin Weaver at the Barron's Performance? 1 lap to go, 32, Jay.
The Clear Spring, Maryland driver, Barron's Performance, 1 to go. And boy, he really stretched it out down in turns 1 and 2. Meanwhile, on the right side of your screen, that's the 16 of Tyler Bruning taking the final transfer spot away. Checkered flag is out. Justin Weaver wins Summit Racing Heat 2. Whitener second, Snowdrift third, and fourth will go to Tyler Bruning. He'll be followed by Corey Lawler, Clay Stuckey, Jaden Frame, and Dallin Murdy. So finishing in the 4th spot, it is going to be, I don't know who is in 4th, James. Thank you, Tyler Bruning. 3rd goes to Blair Nodorf. 2nd's going to go to Mark Whitener. And your winner, how about the 32-year-old out of Clear Spring, Maryland in the Red Wing shoes, Conewago Valley Mobile Homes, Wheeler's Towing, Precise Lawn Care, Chaz's Used Auto Parts, Baker Door Company, Barron sponsored, number 32J, 2nd in last year's Port Royal Speedway. Point standing shout out Steve O'Neill, who's in the crowd watching tonight. How about a round of applause for Justin Weaver?
How about that one? The Sean Jones 32 car, and he drove around. The driver's probably got more laps than anybody here tonight, other than maybe Kyle Bronson. He drove around Mark Whitener for the lead on that restart. Whitener had a straightaway plus lead and growing. They're coming back to 2 to go, but hey, that's why we play the game. That's why we go the full distance. And Justin Weaver, the Maryland driver, he is going to be starting 3rd in tonight's 40-lap main event. Tyler Bruning from the back of the pack up to the 4th spot is crew chief Zeb Holksvik down here watching him get to the Longacre Racing Product Skills as Weaver makes his way up. Man, I tell you what, that was a hell of a race right there, and you got to think Weaver's gonna have a big smile on his face. And this is a driver that's no stranger to the big tracks. You talked about it, DJ, finishing a good finish in the points last year at Port Royal Speedway, obviously racing up there at Bedford Speedway, Sealands Grove, those really big tracks in Pennsylvania, and it paid off on the restart as he finally makes his way onto the Longacre Skills. They'll take a look at him, they'll wave him forward, and we're gonna talk to the Maryland driver. 94 winners and 945 career Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series events, all time, I should say. Could Justin Weaver be number 95 here tonight? Pulls off the helmet and we'll get a word with him. Well, how about that one, Justin Weaver? Did you know the car was that good here tonight?
Yeah, I mean, when we fired off, I knew I had a pretty good piece, but man, it's just it just made the weekend, man. I don't know. I don't expect to be here. We're just out here having fun, and I got to thank Rich Whitfield and Sean and all of our sponsors for just making this possible, man, because it's just a dream come true.
How about that? All the way from Maryland to the winner of Summit Racing Equipment Heat 2, Justin Weaver. He gets the job done.
That's what it's all about.
That is cool.
He would join Randy Weaver.
As the only
other Weaver. Kevin Weaver's never won a Lucas race, but he would join Randy Weaver.
Where's Cameron Weaver?
I don't know.
All right, cool at Thermotech.
Awesome.
Heat race number 3. Winner of this one starts on the outside front row tonight. 4 wins already this season for the driver of the Rig 76. That's Brandon Overton out of Evans, Georgia. And on his outside out of Ocala, Florida, 388, that's Jackson Heiss.
The Dirt Car Nationals champion last Saturday at Volusia. Back in the Lucas Oil Series again full-time this year to be the number 1. He's out of New Berlin, Illinois. You've waited, 5 months for me to say Brandon Shepard. And on the outside, the driver second in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year a year ago. He's out of Earlham, Iowa, the 22 of Daniel Hilzebeck.
A winner last week at Volusia in the 09. It's going to be Michael Leach out of Sun River, Montana. He's going to start inside row 3. And on his outside out of Gilligan, South Carolina in the 4, it's Cale Green.
You better be talking good about me tonight because I'm Kyle Brunson and I'm out of Brandon, Florida, the 40. And Tyler Millwood in the 31. He's out of Kingston, Georgia. Back after 5 years is KB.
Yes.
40.
Dylan McCowan, did you get him?
He's got red hair, and he likes Sonic.
Yes, he does. The best was in the pits earlier. You did your Kyle Bronson impersonation for Kyle Bronson.
I was disappointed in his interview, though, he did on the pre-race show. Again, thanks to Shocker Hitch for their sponsorship of our hour-long pre-race show, which I couldn't even see the monitor. The sun was... Yeah, the wind chill's like 78 right now, so it's just, it was a little bit brutal there. How about the start to the year of the Brandon Overton? He only had 4 wins all year long. He won at Circle City in the Lucas Oil Series. And then he has got 4 wins already this year. That Budweiser 70. Are they still the king of beers? Budweiser?
I think
well, they're from
so.
St. Louis. You like the Cardinals.
When's the last time you had a Budweiser?
I don't know. Harry Carey, maybe. Jackson Heiss on the outside. Ace Doran hauling and rigging. Start zone. Here comes Big Sexy and Jackson Heiss into turn 1.
And here comes Daniel Hilzebeck as well. Hilzebeck down on the inside. Heiss trying to get that run on the outside. Hilzebeck washes up the racetrack. That opens up the door for Brandon Shepard. But this one is all Big Sexy at the end of lap number 1. Brandon Overton, your leader in the 76.
How about that caution in that lap? Man, Whitener was way out straight away. And how about the move for Justin Weaver's going to start third tonight. Brandon Overton on the outside. Down the back straightaway, there's Cale Green, Kyle Bronson under him. Here comes the 31 of Millwood, but out in front, it is the driver, the Riggs Motorsports 76. Here comes on the outside. Here comes Shepard as a run on ice. Side by side at a turn 1, Dustin Jarrett.
Yeah, Brandon Shepard still in third by 31 one-thousandths of a second that last time by. Brandon Overton looked good at the front of this field. Now Shep up to the second spot. There's the battle for the final transfer now. 4th spot, Daniel Hilzebeck has it. Michael Leach trying to take it away. This time by 3 laps down, 5 laps to go. Hilzebeck continues to hang on to position number 4.
Michael Leach got his first late model win of his career last week. Second full year running the super late models out of Sun River, Montana. But we announced the Brandon and Brandon show of Shepard and Overton. Overton, here comes the 09 cars. They went on the main straightaway. It's Overton, Shepard, Heiss, and Hilzebeck, your top 4. Battle there between Millwood and Michael Leach.
I mean, Brandon Overton is picking them up and putting them away. It's a great battle for the final transfer spot. There's your race leader on the left side of your screen, Overton, with about 3 seconds right now on Brandon Shepard. Daniel Hilzebeck trying to turn back the challenges of Michael Leach. Just 3 laps to go in this one. You see Leach kind of playing around with some different grooves on the racetrack. It's a 3-second lead for Brandon Overton. 2 laps to go.
Ryder Cantillo, the crew, and on that car. And that's Riggs Motorsports entry out of turn number 2 right now. Overton, 19 career wins again. His only win a year ago was at Circle City, a top 10 of the points. He's looking for his first Lucas Oil Championship this year. And if the Barron's performance 1 lap to go, he will be on the outside of the front row if he can pass the Longacre scales.
And just one more lap around this big half-mile oval for Brandon Overton. He stretched out to a 3.4-second advantage. He's on the left side of your screen. On the right, Daniel Hilsebeck continues to hang on to the final transfer spot. Checkered flag in the air. And big, sexy Brandon Overton is going to win Coolip Thermotech Heat Race number 3. Brandon Shepard second. Jackson Heiss third. Michael Leach trying to get a run on Daniel Hilsebeck for the final transfer spot. Won't be able to get it done. Hilsebeck finishes 4th. He'll advance to the A main. Leach, Bronson, McCallum, Millwood Green on the outside looking in. It was Hilsebeck 4th, Heiss 3rd, Shepard 2nd. And there is your winner, big sexy Brandon Overton. In the Riggs Fiber, Budweiser, Garnto Southern, Supply Chain Management, Hardco Construction, RW Powell Construction, Big Dog Stump and Tree, Muscle Factory, ERG Roofing, Messiah Valley Transportation, Dude White sponsored, number 76, Ben Shelton. He will start on the outside front row of tonight's A-Main.
Brandon Overton, 4 wins on the year, 3 in Georgia, picked up a win at Volusia Speedway Park, had 4 straight wins at one point during Speed Weeks, 19 career Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series wins. He pulls off the helmet. Brandon, you've made it known in the past this place hasn't always been good to you and you don't always love it, but man, you just won by over 3 seconds. Did you have any idea the car was that good?
Yeah, I mean, it feels really good. It just feels like I'm out there riding around. This place is so tricky, though. Like, it could be that good and be just as bad as that when we come back out there. So, yeah, it's real fun to drive right now. Obviously, that was easy. So, just trying to keep it, take good notes, and like I said, this place will throw you a curveball any minute. So, go back over there and make good decisions and try not to screw it up.
All right, that's the advice of the night, boys and girls. Make good decisions. DJ James, how about this? In 6 years of events here, 7 different winners in 10 events. None of them have been a heat race winner so far tonight. Could we have a first-time All-Tech Raceway winner? Well, we'll find out coming up later tonight. But first, Simpson Race Products Heat Race number 4.
When Brandon Overton is smiling, the rest of the competition better look out.
That's
Dustin,
right.
Jared.
How about this heat race lineup? Simpson Race Products Heat Race number 4. The Floridian Clay Harris going to start on the pole of this one. He's in the 6th on his outside, running full time with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series this year. In the 3, it's going to be Chatham, Illinois' Brian Shirley.
It'll be Tyler Wyatt. He's out of Oil City, Pennsylvania. And on the outside, the 3-time and rating Northern All-Star champion. His first full year in a National Touring Series, running for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year chase. In the 11 out of Crittenden, Kentucky, it'll be Josh Rice.
3rd row back on the inside, Chandler, Arizona's Ricky Thornton Jr. He's won the opener here at All-Tech 3 years in a row. He's going to have to come from 5th here in this 4th Simpson Race Products heat race. And on his outside in the Colton Miller JCM Motorsports 19M out of Dade City, Florida, that is Brendan Smith.
It'll be Preston Luckman. He's out of Coos Bay, Oregon, and a driver planning to run the full Lucas Oil Tour this year at 55 years old. He has 2 box trailers at every race. Right, move over, Toter Homes. It is the people's champ. I'm going to call it right now. Freddie Carpenter out of Parkersburg, West Virginia, the C4. And Adam Boyd.
That's right. and Adam Boyd.
And Adam Boyd. Adam. Out of Riverview, Florida.
It is Riverview, Florida's Adam Boyd. Final heat race of the night right here. Final heat race of the night at 7:30 p.m. local time.
You're on it. You are on it.
That's right. All right, yellow lights have been turned off. The race car engineering pace is Earl Pearson Jr. driving the pace truck tonight.
I'm not sure, but I know he's here.
He's here.
Clay Harris.
The Florida Peanut Federation, number 6.
He is the shark. We've got the land shark and Ryan Payne. Again, we missed the silver shark, Scott James, but, we got the squirrel on the outside. Brian Shirley, he has 5 years in the Outlaw Series. 8 runner-ups in the Lucas Oil Series. The winner of this race will start 4th here tonight at the Ace Doran start zone for the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series presented by FloRacing. Here we go, Dustin.
Green flag is out and we're underway. Clay Harris with the advantage off into 1 and 2. Josh Rice on the outside. Tyler Wyatt, Ricky Thornton Jr. right there again. The top 4 race their way in side by side. For 3rd is Josh Rice and Tyler Wyatt. And at the end of lap number 1, it's the home state driver, Clay Harris, out front.
Yeah, looking good out of turn number 2. Shirley up top. Rice runs in 3rd down the back straightaway. What an exciting year we're going to have in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, and Thornton into the wall in the back straightaway. Ricky Thornton Jr. pounds the concrete on the back straightaway, and right now, wow. And you see the damage in the quarter panel. Man, Thornton, 3 in a row here at Alltech, but he's behind the 8 ball here early tonight.
Yeah, I don't know if any video camera can do justice just how hard he hit the wall down the back straightaway, as he's got the 20 RT wound up now, trying to work around the outside of Preston Luckman in the 77. Here's the instant replay on the left side of your screen. Bang.
Coming out of turn 2, we've seen turn 2. Remember, Shane Clanton almost got on his lid a few years ago. Thornton pounded the concrete, still trying to go, but right now he's back in 6th. Ricky Thornton Jr. may have to run a B main tonight. And remember, he will have a provisional based on last year's points, but that's not what he's thinking about. He wants to get in the show as he brings it way up top side out of 2.
Yeah,
but how about Clay Harris, Shirley, Rice, Tyler Wyant in 4th?
Yeah, Tyler Wyant just ahead of this battle on your screen as you see him popping in and out of the screen. Luckman closes in considerably on Wyant, as does Ricky Thornton Jr. You're not missing anything up front. It's all Clay Harris all the time. He's got over 2 seconds on second place Brian Shirley.
Well, the 20 RT trying to get it going. How about the Oregon racers? They come out of turn number 4. 3 laps to go. Good battle. Thornton on the outside. They go 3 wide, and Thornton's going to clear 2 cars. Ricky Thornton Jr. now to 4th. He'll set his sights on Josh Rice. It is all Clay Harris. It is all Brian Shirley at the Barron's Performance. 1 lap to go to start 4th for the Jupiter, Florida native.
1/2 mile remaining for Clay Harris, and a 2.5 second advantage for the driver of the 6. Shirley remains in 2nd, Rice 3rd. Ricky Thornton Jr. now back up to 4th after the early race miscue off corner number 4. Checkered flag in the air. The winner of heat race number 4 is going to be Clay Harris. 2nd will go to Brian Shirley. 3rd is Josh Rice. There's your 4th place car, Ricky Thornton Jr., Preston Luckman, Tyler Wyant, Brendan Smith, Freddie Carpenter, and Adam Boyd on the outside looking in. So it's RTJ finishing 4th, Josh Rice finishing 3rd, Brian Shirley finished 2nd, and the winner of Simpson Race Products heat race number 4 is that guy, the driver out of Jupiter, Florida, in the Durham-powered rocket chassis, the Wilkerson Farms Impact Electrical Services, Florida Peanut Federation, Done Right Construction, National Fragile X Foundation, Growers Irrigation, Boswell Oil, sponsored number 6H, Clay Harris. 1 win a year ago, and he is yet another heat race winner. Ben Shelton looking for his first ever win with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, and he's going to make his way into the Long Acre Racing Products Tech and Scale area.
Like we said, tonight is the 946th all-time Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series event. 94 winners so far. As we wait on Clay Harris to make his way up, we've got 2 drivers just out of the heat race winners that have never won one of these before. Clay Harris and, of course, Justin Weaver. And none of the 4 heat race winners tonight, to Hudson O'Neill, to Brandon Overton, have ever won a Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series event here. As we said, in 6 years, 10 events, 7 different winners. Ricky Thornton Jr. charged hard at the end of that one to get that 4th and final transfer, but he's got his work cut out for him as Clay Harris picks up the win in Simpson Race Products heat race number 4. It's going to be peanuts free for everybody tonight if he can put this number 6 Fragile X in FloRacing victory lane. Clay, they asked you earlier what you were most looking forward to this year, and you said you're not here to mess around. I'm going to leave out the expletive you had there, but man, how good does it feel to start the year with such a big heat race win?
Oh man, it's awesome. You know, we struggled a lot in speed weeks last year, and that put us behind, so I'm really looking forward this year. I got some good help behind me. I can't thank Mr. Wilkerson, the whole Wilkerson family out enough. The Florida Peanut Federation for helping out, Impact Electric, Universal Cabling Systems, my mom, my dad with Done Right Construction, my whole crew, Boswell Oil, you know, just a lot of people that help out, and it takes a lot of people to get up and down the road each year, so I'm super thankful.
How about one for the Sunshine State? Clay Harris wins Simpson Race Products heat race number 4, the Jupiter, Florida native. We're going to step aside. Thanks to marketing partners. We come back. B main action here with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series here on FloRacing. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to night number 1 of the Veland Winter Nationals here at the gorgeous All-Tech Raceway in Lake City, Florida. A nice crowd has funneled in here. James, did you know that we are live on Amazon Prime and the FloRacing 24/7 channel? So we want to welcome everyone that is watching the Veland Winter Nationals here tonight. Tonight only, we're live on Prime and on FloRacing's 24/7 Fast channel, but you can watch the rest of the Veland Winter Nationals every single lap of every single race on FloRacing with your yearly subscription.
Move over Thursday night football, right?
Thursday night racing
it's
from
racing
the Sunshine State here in Florida. Again, watch the rest of the Veland Winter Nationals 2 more nights here at All-Tech Raceway. Next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday at Ocala Speedway, the Bubba Clem House of Power. The following week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we go up to Brunswick, Georgia to Golden Isle Speedway. Every lap of every race live right here on FloRacing. How about the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series upcoming schedule, James? We just mentioned it, but here it is for you on the screen. Again, we're here at All-Tech. 2 more nights. We spend 5 nights at Ocala. We've got 4 nights at Golden Isles, and then the quote-unquote regular season kicks off in my home state, the great state of Ohio.
The 2024 national champion Buckeyes. Then we go to the 2025 champions in Indiana, right?
All Big Ten all the time,
All
baby.
Big Ten all the time. Atomic Brownstown. The end of March now. That's a new date. Normally it's been the middle of March, so we just cleared out 15 inches of snow in Indiana, so in Ohio too, so we should be ready to go. April 24th will be at Georgetown Speedway. Then BAPS. How about BAPS for the first time there?
Have you been there before?
Pennsylvania? No, I've not been to BAPS. That'll be April 25th in Hagerstown on the 26th. Circle City. Hey, brand new owners. 4 gentlemen have got together. They own Abacus Racing, the sprint car team.
Yes.
Driven by Logan Seavey's team, right? Logan
just saw him
Seavey's the
last
driver
week,
of
yep.
Abacus. And we'll be at Circle City in Indianapolis, Indiana, May the 1st. And in Florence Speedway, the King House of Power, the 40th annual Ralph Latham Memorial, $25,000 to win Saturday, May the 2nd. Be there.
So you're going to have Chris Moore helping pit reports with you at Atomic Brownstown, Georgetown, Baptist, and Hagerstown. I'm gonna rejoin the party for Circle City and Florence. James, you mentioned it earlier, a lot of great sponsors, both returning with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series and some new faces helping sponsor and becoming marketing partners with Lucas Oil here in 2026.
Yeah, DJ, I'd like to thank Shock Ridge sponsoring our pre-race show tonight. It was an hour length. And thank everybody for joining us here tonight. Our official sponsors include Lucas Oil, FloRacing, Automotive Racing Products, My Race Pass, Sunoco Race Fuels, Big River Steel, Veland, also Hoosier Tire, Summit Racing Equipment, UNOH, Eclipse Claims Consulting, Wayland, also Miller Welders, Race Car Engineering, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Ace Duran, Hauling and Rigging, Dirt Draft, Rugged Radios, Homatro, FK Rod Ends, and All-Star Performance, and our associate sponsors, DJ, Advanced Powder Coating, All Makes Collision, which will be our work area. We haven't anybody in the work area tonight, have we? I don't think
we
yet.
have not yet.
We could have used them in turn two. We had a couple of collisions with the wall over there, but All Makes Collision out of Council Bluffs, Iowa, Barron's Performance Warehouse, Black Diamond Chassis, Bill Stein Shocks, Boyd Build Fabrication, Brodex, Capital Race Cars, Clements Racing Engines, Diversified Machine, Fast Shafts, Fire Suppressant Engineering, Fox Shocks, Heartbeat Hot Sauce, Heath Lawson Photography, Hellraiser Jacks, Hoker Trucking, still sponsoring a Hard Charger Award, Kaiser Manufacturing, Longacre Scales, Longhorn Chassis, MD3, Mega Plumbing of the Carolinas, Midwest Sheet Metal, MSD, Olin Shocks, Outerwears, PEM Performance Engineering Manufacturing, Penske Racing Shocks, Pro Fabrication Headers, Pro Power Racing Engines, Rocket Chassis, Schoenfeld Headers, Simpson Race Products, Slicker Graphics, Strange Oval, Swift Springs, Thermotech Automotive Products, Velocity, that is manufacturing, Vic Hill Race Engines, Victory Fuel, Weir's Machine and Products, Willwood, Exodyne, and then XS batteries, power batteries, and 5150 race trailers. There still are marketing opportunities left. Contact Wayne Castleberry. Go to our website, djlucasdirt.com.
And right on cue, we're ready to roll with Fast Shafts B-Main number 1. The 12R of Ryan Payne is a scratch. The lineup's there on your screen. You can read that at home. Ferguson and Lawler, Madden and Stuckey, Hedgecock and Frame, Alberson and Murdy, and Ross Robinson. I believe 9 cars means we'll go 9 laps. I think. We'll see. It's unofficial till it becomes official.
That's right.
So there you go. Top 3 will race their way in. And this is a tough B main here.
Well, you got last year's provisional. Now, nobody in the second, 9 laps officially, nobody in the second B main is a provisional from last year. Now, in this race, there's 3 drivers. It would be Garrett Alberson, Carson Ferguson, and Corey Lawler. If they don't make it in, they would have the provisionals based on last year's points. They only get, I think, 2 emergencies during speed weeks, by the way. So,
and don't forget your points nights for speed weeks. That's the final 3 nights of each event. So the 3 nights here, the final 3 at Ocala as we go green in the Ace Duran hauling and rigging starting zone. The final 3 nights of Golden Isles. Out of those 9 nights, your best 5 finishes. That's how the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series point standings will look heading into the regular season.
The only 93 not in the front row was Zach Blackwood. Right now it's Ferguson, Lawler. Here comes Smokey Madden. That Infinity by Wells 44. Is that Ross Robinson going to the top shelf down the main straightaway? No, it is Corey Hedgecock in the 79. Oh my, you got to get into the top 3 to transfer down the back straightaway.
And you mentioned Corey Hedgecock, or Corey Lawler rather, would have a provisional if he needed one. Both Corey's looking to buy an E. Corey Hedgecock in the 79, Corey Lawler in the 93, but it's all Carson Ferguson out front.
Corey Hedgecock, a lot of laps here in a crate late model. Oh, he had to get on the brakes out of turn number 2. And Lawler's going to spin on his own. And into the front of the car. That is the 81F of Jane Frame. And we will have a Hellraiser Jacks caution, Dustin.
Yeah, I really thought Corey Lawler was going to get upside down right there. Glad that he didn't. It just the angle frame got into him. That car got up on 2 wheels. And the Hellraiser Jacks caution will fly for the first time here in Fast Shafts B main number 1. And we'll take a look at the replay and see exactly what happened to Corey Lawler. He tried to get a run on the outside there of the 79 of Hedgecock and just over-rotated, and Frame was already committed to the bottom of the track with nowhere to go. As the FK Rod Ends instant replay, shout out to Maria and the gang as Corey Lawler going to make his way into the Heartbeat Hot Sauce Hot Pit. Poncho going to run out and check on that race car. Ben Shelton, down to you.
Yeah, it looks like all 4 Hoosier tires up on the 93. Gets a quick word with his dad, Poncho, does Corey. And they're going to send him back out to the racetrack. Man, he was in a transfer spot. Poncho was getting a little upset with his son before all that happened because it seemed like Corey was determined to make that outside line work. Right now, the bottom, the best place to be. He had already surrendered a transfer spot and then ultimately goes around back of the pack. As you said, James, eligible for provisional. That's not what he wanted here tonight.
Dad was pointing to turn 2, wasn't he?
He's going to rejoin.
Run. All right, Carson Ferguson, Chris Madden.
Going to rejoin this field at the tail. I was hoping maybe we get out there just in time. We can go green this time by. That's not going to be the case. We'll take 1 extra lap. 2 scored, 7 remaining. 9 cars, 9 laps here in Fast Shafts B main number 1. Carson Ferguson is your leader. In the Donald and Gina Bratcher, number 93, Chris Madden second, and now Clay Stuckey, James, as you said, will inherit that 3rd and final transfer spot. Ben?
I was going to say really fast, not calling Chris Madden old at all, but look at all the young talent that surrounds Chris Madden in this one. Boy, I tell you what, the future of dirt late model racing looking really good. National, regional, and local drivers all represented here.
How about Carson Ferguson and that Colleague Motorsports, the program? He did earn a truck ride in Martinsville, Virginia. I believe that will be in October. Is it Minnie Terrell? Minnie Terrell won that.
Got it. Yes, he did. Well, Carson Ferguson's out front in this one as we go back to Green Flag Racing in the Ace Duran restart zone. 2nd spot's Chris Madden. 3rd, Clay Stuckey. Is he going to be able to turn back the challenges of Garrett Alberson, Corey Hedgecock, and Dallin Murray down the back straightaway? Stuckey to the inside of Chris Madden.
Tell you, as this slicks off, it gets better and better. Hedgecock trying to make the top work. Here comes Corey, again in the car that Donald McIntosh drove the Rookie of the Year last year. Can he make it 3 wide? He can out of turn number 2. Right now it's Carson Ferguson. They're side by side for second down the back straightaway.
Yeah, Corey Hedgecock right there as well. 3 drivers battling for 2 transfer spots, coming around this time to 5 laps to go. Carson Ferguson out front by about a second over Chris Madden and Stuckey, trying to stay glued to Madden's rear bumper. He'll now look down to the inside. Man, turn 2 is tricky tonight. James Hedgecock gets a head full of steam trying to race his way into the show.
Dallin Murray trying to make that top work in the 13 car. His teammate Tyler Bruning came to the tail to make the show. You got to get to the top 3. Still a ways to go. It's Carson Ferguson, Chris Madden. There's the battle. 3rd on back. Stuckey, Hedgecock. Garrett Alberson down the back straightaway as we will go with 3 to go this time around.
Absolutely. Out front is the driver, the 93, Carson Ferguson. Man, Chris Madden's really got the high side rolling in the second spot. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, there on your screen. Stuckey still trying to hang on to that third spot. They'll come around to 2 laps to go this time by. Stuckey, Corey Hedgecock, and Garrett Alberson all battling for the final transfer.
Hedgecock trying to make the top work. Here he comes. 2 to go.
She's sporty
down the
right
front
now.
straightaway. Hedgecock's got it. Man, Hedgecock, a great regional racer out on the national tour for the first time in his career. He's got the third spot as he pulls away, and here comes Garrett Alberson in 58.
How about Madden? How about Madden on the high side? Barron's Performance 1 to go, James. We got battles all over. We need the quadruple box. We had the quadruple box one time this year. Madden down to the inside. That's the battle for the lead on the left side of your screen. Battle for the final transfer on the right side. James, bring us home.
Here we go out of turn 4. Ferguson, will he shut the door? No. And Chris Madden is going to win it on the last lap. What a race.
In the battle for the final transfer, Hedgecock had it. Alberson took it, and Hedgecock crossed him back over.
What just happened?
B-main of the year.
B-main of the year.
First B-main of the year, and it's B-main of the year. Madden wins. Ferguson second. Hedgecock third. Oh, baby. When all tech is good, all tech is good.
Well, how about a tip of the... I mean, they left each other plenty of room, right? I mean, they didn't run over anybody or whatever. Madden, Ferguson, Hedgecock, they cross the Longacre scales. What a B-main. Chris Madden, he was back battling for, what, third?
Oh, that was
Stuckey.
Fun. That was fun.
And Ferguson leads all the way to turn 4, the final lap, and Carson will take second. And Corey Hedgecock, right now unofficially the third-place finisher in that Billy Hicks 79. As you see the Coltman Farms Hoopaw grading 93. He's good. And here comes Hedgecock.
Looking for the thumbs up.
Man.
Knut Masselhun, the tech director for the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, gives him the thumbs up. He's good to go. So he's raced his way in. We get to do it all over again, James, with UNOH B-main number 2. There they are in the staging lane. They're going to make their way out. Let's roll into the lineup.
At 5 to 8.
Final prelim of the night.
B-main number 2. Great job, everybody. All tech in the Lucas Oil Series. It'll be the 09. It'll be Michael Leach. He is out of Sun River, Montana. And on the outside, the 77, trying to make his first start in the Lucas Oil Series, Coos Bay, Oregon's Preston Luckman.
Row 2 on the inside out of Brandon, Florida in the 40B. It's the killer Kyle Bronson on his outside. It was a great qualifying effort for the youngster out of Oil City, Pennsylvania. In the 24th, Tyler Wyatt.
The Midwest Sheet Metal Sonic number 8 of Dylan McCowan. He's out of Urbana, Missouri. And on the outside, in the JCM Motorsports, Colt Miller 19M out of Dade City, Florida. That is Brendan Smith.
Tyler Millwood out of Kingston, Georgia will start on the inside of row 4. And on his outside, a Raleigh Auto Parts Rookie of the Year candidate out of Parkersburg, West Virginia. The C4 is Freddie Carpenter.
Cale Green, he's out of Pelion, South Carolina in 4. And Adam Boyd, the 6 pick, comes to us out of Riverview, Florida. And let's see, is everybody out there? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Right? That's
you
all
didn't
of them.
even have to take your shoes off.
No, I didn't. UNOH B-main number 2, and we'll have all the preliminaries in the books.
Well, you know what that means. 10 cars. We'll go 10 laps then.
We got it figured out after about, how many years have we done this together?
A lot.
Remember when Eldor odd and even?
The scrambles.
The scrambles.
All right, no scrambles here tonight.
Luke, Roger, Slack, we love you.
We're going to be scrambling for a top 3 finish in UNOH B-main number 2. In the final prelim of the night at 4 minutes till 8 local time. Race car engineering pace truck makes the hard left-hand turn to the infield. Michael Leach on the pole, Preston Luckman. On the outside, they'll fire in the Ace Duran hauling and rigging starting zone over in turn number 4. Final prelim of the night, UNOH B-main number 2, 10 laps, top 3 race their way in.
How about this, Montana and Oregon, the front row.
The left coast.
The left coast. Out at 2 down the back straight away. I don't think Montana's on the coast.
You can't get much farther away than Coos Bay, Oregon, and Brandon, Florida. I'll tell you that.
No, you can't. As they come out of turn number 4,
there are no direct
side by
flights.
side. Luckman's going to have a car length advantage into turn number 1. Again, this is 10 laps, top 3 transfer. It looks like the provisionals unofficially will be Garrett Alberson and Corey Lawler based on last year's points. And again, that's unofficial before it comes official. Right now, how about Preston Luckman with that Harry Race Pharmacy in Alaska sponsorship, right?
That's right.
Get your prescriptions at Harry Race Pharmacy.
How far is it from his pharmacy to Brandon, Florida, to Alltech, Florida, to Lake City, Florida?
You could have used some a couple years ago, right?
I could have. I did see Augie Bertram the other day. I thanked him for his
who was
giving
that
me his
doctor?
Don't worry about it.
Zhivago?
Don't worry about it.
Well, Luckman got into that wall. Gets it straightened back out, down the back straightaway. Bronson around Leach. Kyle Bronson, Donnie Birdwell, the crew chief on the 40B as Bronson pulls away. Can Tyler Wyatt put another Pennsylvania car in the show tonight?
Oh my, the Keystone State rising up. He's moving in on Michael Leach in the 09. That's the battle for the third and final transfer spot. Leach has it. Tyler Wyatt, who's been down here for about the last 2 weeks trying to race his way into the show. Michael Leach, you never know where he's going to show up. He'd like to show up in the A main tonight as he's hanging on to that final transfer spot.
A new broadcast booth. Well, it's not a new broadcast booth. That track is smooth as glass, right? I mean, they are getting around there. That thing is what, 3 and 4 wide, right?
Yes.
This feature's going to be got a battle there. Here comes Leach and Bronson and Leach going at it. Out of turn 4, it's still Luckman side by side. Half a car and Leach Bronson. And we've got a Hellraiser Jack's caution turn number 2, and it's Adam Boyd.
Yeah, Adam Boyd's gone around, a Riverview, Florida driver of the 6, and that's going to halt the pace halfway into this final prelim of the night. 5 in the books, 5 to go. UNOH B main number 2, and Preston Luckman has been your leader since the drop of the green. How about this? Oregon, Florida, Montana, your top 3. Then it's Pennsylvania. And then you drop closer to the center of the country with Missouri running 5th.
Well, I'm sure they all have a Sonic, right? Dylan McCowan will love that. He's trying to get in a Midwest Sheet Metal sponsor car. By the way, shout out to our good friend Chris Davis. Always just a great supporter of the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Right now, Preston Luckman out in front. Bronson and Leach, they've been having a good battle there. Then Wyatt and McCowan. And trying to get into the show here tonight.
We may have the earliest drive home ever tonight.
Well, the sun just went down. This has been mid-July. It'd be up to about 9:30, right?
Yes,
all
right.
Luckman, Bronson, Leach to decide it. 5 down, 5 to go. UNOH B main number 2 at the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series presented by FloRacing.
Preston Luckman's been your leader since the drop of the green flag. Look at Leach trying to get a run back on the outside of Kyle Bronson. Tyler Wyatt's there as well. Well, Bronson needs to race his way in, James.
Yep.
He's trying. He doesn't have a points provisional to fall back on. Now Wyatt down to the inside. 3 cars, 2 transfer spots up for grabs, and 4 to go in this one.
Preston Luckman out in front in 77, down the back straightaway. Here comes the run on Bronson. They'll have 3 to go this time around. KBM 40 coming in the bottom. Here comes Bronson on the bottom. Out at turn number 4. He'll have a run, but Luckman still in control. The Oregon driver. 3 car lengths to lead in at turn number 1.
Man, thing really widens out down in 3 and 4. Meanwhile, here comes Tyler Wyatt down to the inside of Michael Leach in a battle for the final transfer. That's on the right side of your screen. Wyatt going to take it down the back straightaway. It'd be official at the scoring loop. This time by 2 laps to go. Luckman leads. Bronson is second, and the final transfer with 2 to go belongs to Tyler Wyatt.
Barron's performance, 1 lap to go. Luckman has problems in turn 2, trying to go. Here comes Bronson as a run down the back straightaway. Leach trying to get back going. Wyatt has the 3rd spot, DJ. Barron's performance, white flag from Rob Penrod. Bronson on the middle, out of turn 4. Luckman still leads, 1 to go.
You're both in the show. Guys, you're both in the show. Barron's performance, 1 lap to go. Preston Luckman trying to turn back one of the best from the Sunshine State, Kyle Bronson. Meanwhile, that battle for the final transfer, Leach trying to get a run on the outside of the racetrack through turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Checkered flag in the air. UNOH B main number 2 goes to Preston Luckman. Kyle Bronson second, and Tyler Wyatt picks up that all-important final transfer spot, followed by Michael Leach, Cale Green, Brendan Smith, Dylan McCowan, Tyler Millwood, Adam Boyd, and Freddie Carpenter.
So those top 3 will go to the Longacre scales to make it official. Tyler Wyatt out of Oil City, Pennsylvania in the show right now. Kyle Bronson out of Brandon, Florida, second. And how about the 77 of Preston Luckman with the win? He's in the L&L Lumber Outlet. Q2I Archery, Beaver State Plastics, Quadell Industries. Is it Farwell's? Tire Factory, Three Rivers Casino Resort, and Harry Race Pharmacy in Sitka, Alaska. The Rocket Pro Power out of Coos Bay, Oregon. Your winner. First ever win in the Lucas Oil Series, Preston Luckman.
And just like that, at 3 minutes after 8, all prelims are in the books. Only one event remains on the agenda, and it's tonight's 40-lap main event, the first feature of the year for the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series as the Donago Powered Sports drone flies high overhead. 10-minute horn will be sounded very shortly. We're going to use this opportunity to step away. Thanks some of the folks that make this broadcast a possibility. Don't go anywhere. You are watching the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series presented by FloRacing.
Deep in the world of dirt racing lies a mind that refuses to rest. A team obsessed with innovation, precision, and the relentless hunt for speed. A brand new product line built through a partnership with one of the most respected names in high-performance suspension. Öhlins doesn't simply participate in racing. Racing is their core. Öhlins Shocks, available exclusively through Longhorn Dynamics.
Turn your passion into a career at the University of Northwestern Ohio. From high performance to automotive, diesel, and everything in between, you'll find a degree that will get you a job.
Students that go through our programs have fantastic experiences and they come out getting good job placements.
70% hands-on, no out-of-state tuition, and accredited degrees in trades that are in high demand all across the country.
10 out of 10. If you even think this is the right place for you, you better just go.
Learn more about your future at unoh.edu.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for racing in the dirt. With high horsepower demands, ARP delivers maximum clamping force and performance. When failure on the dirt is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
The Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series is brought to you by Veland, the official aluminum supplier of the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. By Lucas Oil Products, keep that engine alive. And by the University of Northwestern Ohio, turn your passion into a career. And welcome back, those of you watching at home live on FloRacing, and those of you watching on Amazon Prime on the FloRacing 24/7 channel as well. Prelims are in the books. And we have just one event remaining here tonight, and it is your 40-lap, $10,000 to win a main first feature of the year for the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Again, those of you watching on Amazon Prime, we want to send a thank you out to you. And those of you watching the action on Amazon Prime on FloRacing 24/7, you can get complete coverage of every Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series event, including the Veland Winter Nationals, live on the FloRacing app. If you are a subscriber to FloRacing, thank you. If you are not a subscriber to FloRacing, well, nudge your buddy and let them know that they might need to get a subscription. For those of you that are here on the grounds, we have drawn tonight's winning 50-50 ticket. How much, Joe? $400 on the nose is your take-home in tonight's 50-50, and that winning 50-50 number is on a purple ticket. And if you have this ticket, bring it up to the scoring tower, please. And that winning 50-50 number is 052678. 052678 is tonight's winning 50-50 number. It's good for $400. And if you got it, come and get it. Our good friends over at James, how about the Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing Series? Interstate Batteries coming on board. They're going to be kicking their season off in less than a month now. The Blackjack Bash at the dirt track at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. That is March 12th, 13th, and 14th. How about the newly renamed Central Arizona Avanti Raceway Park? Avanti Windows and Doors stepping up. They're the title sponsor of Central Arizona Raceway. Now the Cactus Classic. Mark, that was the quickest I have ever seen that graphic up on the screen right there. If you did not get to read that in time, just go to highlimitracing.com for the entire schedule. That's what that was. They call that a tease, James. They put it up there for like 5 seconds, and then they pull it away from you because they want you to go to highlimitracing.com for all the latest news, scheduling information, and more. And again, welcome Interstate Batteries as the title sponsor.
Hey, you know all of our crew, and we thank every one of them for being here. They're going to be all 12 races, of course, live here on Flow, as each and every Lucas Oil race, right?
Well, yeah, I don't think we miss any, right?
No, I don't think we miss any. People still ask, right? Is it on Flow? Yes, it is. It is on Flow, but we appreciate that. But, a shout-out to all of our, we can catch every Lucas race. Thank you very much. But, hey, I just want to give a shout-out. Tiffany Swisher, our producer, Robbie Johnston, Seth Allen, Jeff Burba, John Shields, Jeff Converse, the legendary Adam Martz, Wade Smith. Is it Luigi? Is it Luigi what?
Yes, Marcial? Luigi in the house, absolutely.
Tiffany, is it Marcial?
And, of course, Just Dan.
Just Dan, the broadcast specialist. That is his name.
He has a lot
Dan
of things.
Just.
Lucas,
hey, thanks.
Go ahead.
It's just Dan, but hey, thanks to each and every one of those. They make us look good, right?
Lucas Oil late model dirt series, they sure do. It takes a lot of work.
And sound good.
Sometimes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Every lap, every race live all season long right here on Flow Racing. What do you got? I'm like Ron Burgundy. Whatever they put up on the screen, I will read it. You know Ron Burgundy.
Yeah, I do know Ron Burgundy, yes.
Yeah.
There is not a bump on that racetrack, DJ. There's not a bump on that racetrack, is it? There's no holes, no nothing. I'm ready. 40 laps coming up here in a little bit, DJ. Let's go.
Let's go. We're going to do it. But first, we're going to step aside as they're getting the feature lined up in the pit area as we speak. First day main of the year coming up. 40 laps, $10,000 to win. Don't go anywhere. It's night one of the Veland Winter Nationals here on Flow. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to All Tech Raceway, just outside Lake City, Florida, night one of the Veland Winter Nationals. All prelims are in the books. We've got a $10,000 to win 40-lap main event coming up here next. There's about 2 minutes left in the 10-minute horn. James, have you ever rode around on the four-wheeler and done the 10-minute horn? No, you're always up here.
No, I'm always up here, right?
Okay. Well, I mean, I didn't know.
Well, I'm glad to see you. It's been what, a hot minute, right?
It's been a hot minute.
October, we were at Eldora.
Yeah.
So, good to be back. Going to be a great year, and our first main event of the year, right?
We're just up here singing Bringing in the Sheaves.
That's right. That's right, having a little church service up here. We're having a good...
Hey, there is, by the way, the Dirt Racing Outreach Service.
There you go.
3:30 p.m. on Saturday. That'll be here in the main grandstands, and that is open to everyone as well. So, again, that'll be 3:30 p.m. Saturday. Dirt Racing Outreach Service. James, without further ado, let's take a look at tonight's starting grid.
Well, on the pole will be the 71 car. He comes tonight, 34 career wins in the Lucas Oil Series. It'll be Hudson O'Neill. He's out of Martinsville, Indiana. And on the outside, a driver. Both of those drivers, they off to a hot start this year. Brandon Overton, he's on the outside in 76, looking for his first Lucas Oil Championship this year. He's out of Evans, Georgia.
Row 2, two drivers looking for their first ever Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series win out of Clear Spring, Maryland in the Sean Jones 32J. That is Justin Weaver. And on his outside, out of Jupiter, Florida, in the 6, it's Clay Harris.
The defending series champion, it'll be Devin Moran, the Double Down Motorsports 99 out of Dresden, Ohio. And on the outside, the number 1 out of New Berlin, Illinois, it'll be B-Shep Brandon Shepard.
Row 4's a pair of drivers looking for their first ever wins with the series out of Middleburg, Florida. The 5 is the Magic Man, Mark Whitener. And on his outside, out of Chatham, Illinois, the defending Prairie Dirt Classic champ in the 3S, it's Squirrel Brian Shirley.
Max Blair, 1 career win as he returns to Lucas Oil Series this year out of Centerville, Pennsylvania, the 111. And Jackson Heiss, former Hunt the Front Rookie of the Year, looking for his first win in the Lucas Oil Series. He is out of Ocala, Florida in 388.
Out of Renner, South Dakota, Snowdrift. Blair Nodorf will roll from the inside of row number 6. He's in the 76. And on his outside, out of Crittenden, Kentucky, in the 11, that is Josh Rice.
The former Winter X Games medalist back in the Lucas Oil Series this year in snowmobiling, but he's in a dirt late model. It's Dan Ebert out of Lakeshore, Minnesota, and a driver that was second in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year chase a year ago. The 22 out of Earlham, Iowa, it's Daniel Hilsebeck.
On the inside of row number 8, Fear the Beard from Decorah, Iowa, the 16. That is Tyler Bruning. And on his outside, the winner of this event last year out of Chandler, Arizona, the 20 RT, Ricky Thornton Jr.
Row 9, in the Infinity by Wells, it'll be Chris Smoky Madden at the Great Court, South Carolina. And Preston Luckman gets the start tonight. He'll start 18th in the 77 out of Coos Bay, Oregon.
We move back to row 10 on the inside out of Lincolnton, North Carolina. That's the 93 of Carson Ferguson. And on his outside, out of Brandon, Florida, the 40B is Kyle Bronson.
Row 11, running for Rookie of the Year this year, the Billy Hicks 79. He's out of Loudon, Tennessee. That'll be Corey Hedgecock. And on the outside, getting the start tonight, starting 22nd in car 24, out of Oil City, Pennsylvania, that is Tyler Wyant.
Driver that was 6th in last year's point standings has to come from 23rd here tonight. Out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, that's Garrett Alberson. On his outside, out of Hanover, Pennsylvania, the 93 is Corey Lawler.
Based on points from last year in, so we'll do emergencies for this year points. It'll be the 19M, even though we don't have this year's points yet. It'll be Brendan Smith. He's in the JCM Motorsports 19M out of Dade City, Florida. On the outside in the 8 car, out of Urbana, Missouri, that is Dylan McCowan.
26 drivers set to go 40 laps. The winner is going to talk to Ben Shelton on the front straightaway, providing they pass the Longacre Racing Products Tech and Scale area. And Ben, as this field makes its way to the racetrack, who will you be talking to in Victory Lane for the first time in 2026?
He's been red hot to start the season. He's already got 4 wins. He's going to get number 5 from starting spot number 2. Brandon Overton gets his 20th career Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series win here tonight and his first since last May.
He took my pick.
Not sorry.
You want to pick next?
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I think I know.
Well, I said
know
earlier tonight, it's Justin Weaver, Night in America.
Oh, my.
The 32J will go to Victory Lane here tonight and shock the world, right?
Yeah.
Out of Clear Spring, Maryland. the Red Wing shoes, 32J, Justin Weaver.
There you go. There you go. Honestly, I thought you were going to go with Clay Harris.
Are you going with Clay Harris? He's not here to mess around, is he?
He is not here to mess around, no, and that is a really good pick. The 71 of O'Neill is a good pick as well. He's also got 4 wins this year, starting on the front row. I'm going to go behind that 32J, though, a guy that got a win here last year. He didn't have the Volusia that he wanted, so they loaded up and they took a couple days to regroup. I think Devin Moran gets back to victory lane, the defending series champ in that Roger Sellers Double Down Motorsports, number 99.
And Ben will talk to the top 3 here on the Big River Steel podium. Who will it be? There's Brandon Shepard coming off that big win last Saturday night at Volusia. That was a 20K win. Looking for his first win or first championship in the Lucas Oil Series. I saw the stat early in the week. Mark Richards, is it 24 wins during speed weeks? Like Josh Richards, Davey Johnson,
right. Hey,
and Brandon Shepard. Go ahead.
Look at that. There's the lightsaber. You can see it, and you can actually
not the
see
lightsaber.
Not the lightsaber. You can see the lightsaber right there inside bottom of your screen in Hudson O'Neill's car. Yeah, and then of course those safety lights going off as well from the race car engineering pace truck just in front of your pole sitter carrying our onboard camera tonight, Hudson O'Neill.
And one of the interesting things about it, we talked about the safety feature, of course, the Raceway many years ago, but the Lightsaber, one thing it does measure G-forces if a driver gets in the wall or has hard contact. It will measure. Rick's got our series director, Rick Schwally, has that up here, and it'll measure, so we can tell our safety crew, Jake Steele leads that, down there if they get to the car, and they'll know a G-force how hard they hit. So hopefully we won't have to use that feature, but it's there just in case.
Todd and Vicki Burns, SSI Motorsports Longhorns, a Clements power plant under the hood tonight for Hudson O'Neill, and then Brandon Overton in that Riggs Motorsports, Riggs Fiber Budweiser 76 on the outside. How about that? Two of the winningest drivers early in the going in 2026 going to be bringing the field to the green in this one, and behind them 2 drivers looking for not just their first win of the year, looking for their first ever win with the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series.
94 drivers have won a race since this series began. It was now 22 years ago. Hudson O'Neill, his dad Don O'Neill, the 2014 champion, had 46 wins. He's still racing, by the way. He'll be in the Masters Built House car this year.
Oh my.
Hudson with 34, Brandon Overton, both with 4 wins this year. Will one of them get win number 5, or will it be Justin Weaver and Clay Harris, Night in America? Here we go, DJ.
The Ace Duran hauling and rigging starting zone. They go green off corner number 4, and the first Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series A-Main of 2026 is underway.
He'll drifts up the track. Overton with the crossover. How about the 32J? They're trying to go 3 wide into turn 3 on the first lap. This Justin Weaver, man, he is for real here tonight down the main straightaway. He's got second after lap 1 and Overton lead. Wow.
Brandon Overton out front. Justin Weaver second. Hudson O'Neill third. Devin Moran fourth. Clay Harris fifth at the end of lap number 1. Behind them, Mark Whitener in 6th. You wonder what he's got for him after having that straightaway lead in his heat race. Evaporated from a Hellraiser Jack's caution, but out front, it's the 76 of Brandon Overton, and the 71 of Hudson O'Neill now takes the 2nd spot.
Justin Weaver third, Moran fourth, Clay Harris, Whitener, Shirley, Shepard, Blair, and Nodor. First points race of the year in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Clay Harris has a run into turn 3. On the bottom, they're side by side, Weaver and O'Neill. Meanwhile, Overton pulling away as they come out of turn 4. O'Neill now trying to pull away on the bottom. Clay Harris goes to 3rd in car number 6, Dustin.
You ride along with the 71 of Hudson O'Neill on the right side of your screen. On the left side of your screen, you see where he is on the track, battling for the lead. You heard Brandon Overton talk about it earlier in his interview. He said this racetrack streaks up. You can be real good one lap, and you can be real bad the next lap. Right now, he's been real good for the first 4 in this one.
Right now at turn number 2, down the back straightaway, Brandon Overton has led every lap so far tonight. His 40-lapper. They work lap 5. O'Neill's about 5 car lengths behind. Clay Harris, you see the battle there. Moran trying to get it going. The defending series champion. Here comes the 99 out of turn 4. Moran up another spot, Dustin.
I mean, that is a razor-thin edge on the high side of turns 3 and 4. A lot of guys dipping down to the bottom or middle groove of the racetrack. Down in 1 and 2 as Clay Harris tries to get a run on the 71 of Hudson O'Neal. This happened 7/10 of a second behind your leader, Brandon Overton. Look how high they are. Down in turns 3 and 4, the 71 of O'Neal, the 99 of Moran. It's still Brandon Overton, your leader.
Right now, they're the contender. How about the 8 of Dylan McCowan? Dylan McCowan up into the 20th spot right now in the 8 car. Meanwhile, you see the battle. Clay Harris, he has a runner-up finish at the Lucas Oil Series. He nearly won at Ocala a couple years ago. He'll battle on the bottom with Hudson O'Neal up at turn number 4.
Absolutely. Clay Harris trying to get a run on Hudson O'Neal. They nearly make contact down there. Now Harris try to dip around to the outside of the 71. Hudson O'Neal, former Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series champion. Clay Harris, 2 years ago, oh so close at Ocala Speedway. Came up just short, looking for his first ever win with the series. And while these two drivers battle for the second spot, James, that's allowed Brandon Overton to stretch out a little bit. A 1.5 second advantage for the Evans, Georgia driver.
There you see coming down the back straightaway, Harris and Moran battle there. Clay Harris, you see him on the bottom. Behind them again is Weaver. O'Neal still leads. Runs in second. Overton has led every lap so far, all 9 of them. Out at turn number 2. Now they're going to pick up the tail end of the field down the back straightaway. And this thing stays green. It's going to get really interesting. And Brandon Overton looking for his 5th overall win of the year after only winning 4 a year ago. Looks solid so far here tonight with 10 in the books.
Yeah, you just called it, James, as Overton has caught the tail end of the field right there. As the first driver to go a lap down will be the 22 of Daniel Hilsebeck. Meanwhile, Clay Harris continues to try to find a way around Hudson O'Neal. He's looked to the inside. He's looked to the outside. He'll go back down to the inside of Hudson O'Neal. The battle for second happens 2 seconds behind Brandon Overton.
Out of turn number 2, down the back straightaway with the 76 car, the Budweiser car, the Riggs Motorsports entry. Into turn 3, closing in on Tyler Wyatt and Garrett Alberson, who dominated one race back at the Wild West Shootout. And right now on the back end of this one, Wyatt in front of him, Overton still leads into turn number 1.
That's a
Clay Harris.
Yeah. Clay Harris had second that time by at the stripe, James, by a 10th over Hudson O'Neal. And of course your race leader trying to work his way through the back of the field. Now Harris gets stuck behind the 22 of Hilsebeck. Side-by-side battle again. Great coverage right here. Leader on the left side of your screen. The race for second on the right side.
Best coverage in Dirt Late Model Racing down the back straightaway. Trying to put a lap on Oil City, Pennsylvania's Wyatt cannot get it done. Overton, you see that hotly contested battle for second. The 6 of Clay Harris. The 71 of Hudson O'Neal. Moran is 4th. Shepard 5th. Whitener, Weaver, Rice is 8th. 9th is Shirley. 10th is Blair.
Yeah, Brandon Shepard actually just got around Devin Moran that last time by. Chris Madden out of the party in the 44, and we're going to have a Hellraiser Jacks caution as Madden not quite able to limp off the racetrack. Instead, he is going to make the turn into the Heartbeat Hot Sauce Hot Pit. 14 laps in the books, 26 laps to go, and Brandon Overton has been your leader since the drop of the green flag. Clay Harris had second that last time by. Hudson O'Neal 3rd. Brandon Overton took the 4th spot. Devin Moran 5th, and it's the 44 of Chris Madden making his way to the Heartbeat Hot Sauce Hot Pit.
Yeah, Madden's crew take a look at the right side of this race car. Now they'll head around to the left. Now Madden's going to pull away from him. Meanwhile, further down the pit road, the Ken and Beth Roberts, number 58, entry for Garrett Alberson. Crew's taking a look at that race car as well. Alberson just has not had the night he had hoped to have here. Let's not forget, a year ago tomorrow night, he set the track record here tonight. It's been a tough night, took a provisional, and they're going to work on the right front of this number 58 Capital Sign Company entry, trying to get him back out on the racetrack.
Well, Ben, I don't know if you can see or not, Chris Madden had started to pull out of the hot pit. He actually exited the hot pit, but now is stopped kind of at the end of the hot pit. Tyler Wyatt down there as well. And it looks like the crew may be going to go back to work on that 44 of Chris Madden.
Yeah, the Jack's going under the rear of the Wells & Sons Motorsports number 44. And, well, I say it is. And Chris Madden said, no Jack for you, and drove away from the crew. So he's going to head back out some direction. We'll see if he's out of the race. Tyler Wyatt makes his way through here. This might be the tightest Heartbeat Hot Sauce Hot Pit in the business here tonight. There's cars pointing every direction. Garrett Alberson will make his way back out. And guys, one thing for sure, Brandon Overton's been really good, but you got to feel like the story of the night so far might be Clay Harris in that 6.
Yeah, he took second back on lap 13. We've got 14 in the books. There's the Jupiter, Florida driver. Right now, early contender, the Hoker Trucking hard charger, Dylan McCowan. Now, remember, if you take an emergency provisional, you get full points, DJ, but you only get money if you're past the start money. So
that's right.
McCowan's, looking to run the O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year this year. So McCowan up 8. Carson Ferguson is up 7 spots. So is Corey Hitchcock. So 14 in the book, still 26 to go. And this 6 car, he may have something right here.
But James, I feel like we say this at a lot of places, but I think it's really true here at Alltech. These restarts can be very, very interesting on this racetrack. This half-mile racetrack, wide in the corners, especially when this track slicks off top to bottom like it is right now, and it streaks up as well. Be interesting to see who chooses the right lane here, and maybe who doesn't, who falls back, because this is stereotypical Alltech we're seeing here right now.
Frustrating season for Overton. His only win was last early May at Circle City in Indianapolis. 19 career wins in the Lucas Oil Series. Down the back straightaway, Clay Harris is second. Then it's Hudson O'Neal, Brandon Shepard, Devin Moran, Mark Whitener, Justin Weaver, Josh Rice, and Max Blair runs 10th, DJ. 26 to go at the Ace Duran. Hauling and rigging. No, start zone over turn 4. Here we go. Clay Harris, good restart, Dustin.
He's got to run down to the inside of Brandon Overton. Overton's going to protect the bottom, and we're going to have another Hellraiser Jacks caution as we've got Jackson Heiss and Dylan McCowan together over in turn number 4, and they have come together.
We may need a Hellraiser Jack to get McCowan off the front of that car.
They're in the All Makes Collision service area over there. Zach Booker going to go out and take a look at them, and we'll take a look at the FK Rod Ends instant replay and see exactly what happened here on this restart. They all just get bottled up over there. Yeah, That's exactly what happened.
So McCowan, right, was the hard charger so far with 14 in, but they will have to go to the back. Heiss and McCowan. So Ricky Thornton Jr., again, he's won 3 in a row right here at Alltech.
3 openers.
3 openers.
Again, he's down there in the All Makes Collision service area. He's got damage on the right front of that race car, Ben.
Meanwhile, Garrett Alberson's going to come down. You got the feeling they didn't get all the changes they made that last time before they had to get back out on the racetrack. So he brings number 58 back down to the infield to the Heartbeat Hot Sauce Hot Pit. And you see the trusty old tractor over there is going to pick up Dylan McCowan's number 8. McCowan was here a couple of years ago. This place has not been real kind to him, and so far not kind so far this weekend. He'll go off on the hook last night, got into the wall during practice, and tonight he and Jackson Heiss tangled at the bottom of 4.
Well, I said it after he won his C-Race, Ben, and we all know Brandon Overton very well, but when Brandon Overton is smiling, the rest of the competition better look out, right? Because this guy is having a heck of a year so far.
Well, he's been smiling a lot so far this year. He probably wishes all the Speed Weeks events were in Georgia because he won all 3 of them up there that he entered. But, man, he was really fast out of the gate at Volusia, picked up a win there. And if he could get one here tonight, he would become the 8th different driver at Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series competition in just 11 events to go to FloRacing victory lane. But still 26 laps to go, and hey, what if number 95 all-time rhymes with Clay Harris? That would be a very popular win if he was able to get it done. We might need a 28-second delay, though, as when we were talking about the season earlier today, he was one of the most, well, not one of, he was the most animated guy. He was the only driver who needed a little bit of a blurring of the words to talk about his 2026 season.
The censor button, Ben, yes.
Ben and DJ, I got a question for you. The last number 6 to win a Lucas Oil race. Was it not Kyle Larson in 2020,
yeah,
right?
He won by 87 seconds here. There's still other guys trying to finish that race that night.
Royal, right? And his last win was here.
Yes.
Yes. He did what? He won by 15, was it 13 or 15 seconds?
Yeah, it was insane.
Yeah, he was the ocean was angry that night, my friends, and Larson just laid it down. Jackson Heiss is in the Heartbeat Hot Sauce Hot Pit. They're taking a look at the right front of that race car. There's certain things you can about guarantee here at Alltech Raceway. If a race car drives into the pit area on its own, they're going to be looking at the right front, just because not only do these guys shove and get into the wall, but if they cannot get those cars freed up enough, they try to do all they can on those right fronts to get them to turn, and it's just a challenge here. I mean, you sit down here and you watch it. I know you guys see it up there. They go off in the corner and they hit a perfect lap, and the next time by, it's like they put the dump truck set up and the car will not turn on either end.
Yeah, well, I mean, hats off to all the drivers. I mean, we have had trouble here with turn number 2. I mean, earlier tonight, but nobody's really gotten it up there in that turn number 2. As we mentioned, Clanton about went out of the ballpark here a couple years ago, but You know, Thornton got in the backstretch wall, and he comes back out, Ben.
Dylan McCowan's down here, O'Reilly Auto Parts Rookie of the Year contender. They're trying to get the right front flopper off of that right front wheel. Taking a look at this race car. 1 win last year for McCowan, and that came at Springfield Raceway there late in the year. They're actually using the jack down here to try to get that right front bumper away from the race car to get him back out there. The one thing you don't want for sure is that right front nose getting under the front of the race car. They got the Hellraiser jack down here. They got the Angry Crowbar down here. They're just trying to get the 8 car back to the speedway.
The Angry Crowbar.
That's right, the Angry Crowbar.
I think you had a drink there one time, James. Possibly. The Angry Crow.
Well, we started in 80-degree weather. I'm not sure, Ben, how much it's cooled off since then, but this track is still good.
It's a balmy 77 down here now.
It's a balmy 77.
It may be warmer in some pit areas than others, though, too. We're going to go back to Green Flag Racing, this time by in the Ace Duran restart zone. Brandon Overton out front. Clay Harris back on the inside of this Delaware double foul restart. Hudson O'Neal swings way high. We're back underway.
O'Neal in turn number 2. Behind him, Moran. O'Neal will get the run down the back straightaway, trying to pedal, keep it out of the wall. Down the back straightaway, goes side by side with Clay Harris. Brandon Overton has led 14 laps. Will he lead that 15, or will we have a new leader? Off at turn number 4, Harris through the middle, and they're trying to go 3 what? Brandon Shepherd, the second. Are you serious?
Unreal.
What a move.
When All-Tech is good, man, All-Tech is really good. And, oh, by the way, here comes Devin Moran. Here comes Brandon Shepherd. Shep down to the inside. Brandon Overton. That's a battle for the lead this time by 16 laps in the books. Do you have a new leader? Yes, you do. Brandon Shepherd out front from 6th.
Out at turn 2, Overton gets it back going down the back straightaway with a battle to the Brandons. Overton back out in front. It's only official.
Oh.
And we've got a Hellraiser Jack's caution flag. Preston Luckman.
Doggone it, yeah.
Too early in the season for a Please Stay Green, but we needed one, and that is the 32J, yes.
Of Justin Weaver. Oh, man. Man, oh, man, that was good.
That was my pick, yes. Thank you, Tiffany, for reminding me. Shepard's a leader, right?
He is the leader. Yeah, oh, yeah. We had
leader
about
plus
15.
3 still in the Lucas Oil Series. So Brandon Shepherd from 6th, as you mentioned, out in front, picking up where he left off at Volusia last Saturday night.
It'll be Shep, Overton, Clay Harris, Hudson O'Neal, Devin Moran, the top 5. And we'll take a look at the FK Rod Ends instant replay and see exactly what happened to draw this latest Hellraiser Jack's caution. From the drone, they're going to look down at the bottom of the screen. And a few cars came together there. The end result was the 32J going around and the 77 slowing on the front straightaway.
How about this? Hoker Trucking Hard Charger. You looking at this? Corey Hedgecock.
Oh, my.
21st to 10th in the Billy Hicks 79.
Wow. Good run
whoever
for
gets
Hedgecock.
in that car, a good shot at winning Rookie of the Year, right? Rice, another candidate. He runs 7th.
It is the first race, James. But yes, that car did win Rookie of the Year last year.
Did.
Corey's really good here, and I think he and Billy Hicks will have some success this year. How about Brandon Shepherd, one of 7 drivers winner, won here back on February 3rd, 2022. Started 6th here tonight. He's got 35 career wins. His last win with the series was a prelim win at Batesville last year during the Topless 100. And guys, you talk about 2 drivers that had a forgettable year last year. That's Brandon Shepherd, Brandon Overton. It's pretty cool to see him running 1 and 2 right now.
Absolutely. We've reached a bit of a holding pattern here the last couple laps. 16 in the books, 24 to go. As you saw, Rice stopped in the All Makes Collision service area. Well, James, we're going to try it again. It was getting good up front. It was top 5 or 6. I mean, it was getting good, brother. Sheppy out front, Overton 2nd, Harris 3rd, Hud 4th, Dev 5th. It's Mark Whitener, Josh Rice. A good run for Josh Rice, by the way. He's in 7th. Brian Shirley 8th. How about Carson Ferguson, by the way, has worked his way from 19th up to 9th. And then Corey Hedgecock, as you mentioned, from 21st up to 10th. What are you're looking up something there?
I'm looking at Kovac here.
You're okay, you're looking up Kovac. You look up Kovac. We're going to get ready to go back to Green Flag Racing. 16 scored, 24 laps remaining.
I believe it was 24 wins for Mark Richards Racing. Josh Richards, Josh Richards leads the way. Shepherd. All right. So here we go. It's Brandon Shepherd, Brandon Overton, Clay Harris, Hudson O'Neal, Devin Moran, Mark Whitener, Josh Rice, Brian Shirley, Carson Ferguson, Corey Hitchcock on board as we're going to go to the green. No, next time around.
Just it's a tease. Hey, we talked about all the full-time marketing partners back this year with the series. The Getchman family, All Makes Collision, sponsor of the Turn 4 Body Shop. Want to thank them. They really amped it up late in the year, especially leading into Knoxville. And when you can, please support all these sponsors you hear on these broadcasts whenever you can, and let them know you heard about them on the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series on FloRacing.
Well, those caution lights have been turned off. Rob Penrod in the flag stand. And James, if you have ever wondered what it was like to start fourth, I guess it is, on a restart, you're going to find out, because you're going to ride along with Hudson O'Neal. He's on the outside lane for this Delaware double file restart. Brandon Shepard, Brandon Overton, Clay Harris. You're riding with Hudson O'Neal and Devin Moran. And let's see what it looks like from the driver's seat as we get back to green flag racing in the Ace Duran restart zone.
Back underway, 16 down, 24 to go.
You think these guys aren't talented? Look at that.
They are athletes and they are talented. And Brandon Shepard right now down the back straightaway. Dad and Grandpa are watching in Illinois, aren't they, as they come out of turn 4. And Brandon Shepard starts to pull away. Through the middle there is Moran back here, but it's right now Shepard, Harris, Overton, and Devin Moran, your top 4.
That's the top 4 last time by. Hudson O'Neal, who you were riding along with, rounds out the top 5. As we have got, I thought we were going to have a caution. We in fact do not. I think the caution flag maybe about got away from Rob Penrod up there at the top of the flag stand. I tell you what, Sheppy's not pulling away from him, James. Clay Harris, Brandon Overton still right there, 2 laps shy. The Hellraiser Jacks halfway, and Brandon Overton bounces off the wall down in turn number 2.
Harris, Overton, Moran, O'Neal all trail Brandon Shepard. Carson Ferguson is up to 6th.
Wow.
After starting 19th.
Wow.
How about that? That Colleague Motorsports truck development driver, right? He's going to run a race in Martinsville later this year, and right now he's in the thick. He has never won a Lucas Oil race, and he's been for a top 5, and he's got it right now.
Doggone
all
it.
For naught, Hellraiser Jack's caution, and it's Dan Ebert.
Yeah, he's got damage there on the left front of the Minnesota Truck Headquarters number 60, and there is the reason for the Hellraiser Jacks caution flag. Daggone it, man. I want us to stay green because it's so good, and we're spoiling the momentum here. We're race fans at heart, man. We're very blessed to do what we do, and doggone, I want nothing more than to see a good race, and I think we're going to see one if we can just string together these green flag laps.
Those watching, I know people coming down later this week, and man, tomorrow night, Saturday night, here at Alltech, Brandon Shepard started 6th, has led the last, 4 laps?
Check out your scoring sheet.
Yes, I do. A lovely scoring sheet. How about Clay Harris? He's right there. Now, Overton, apparently on the last scored lap, yeah, he'll be scored as 2nd. It's the leader plus 3. Carson Ferguson. Move over Minnie Terrell, right? This guy is right here. He is up from 19th to 6th. Thornton is up 18th to 8th, or 16th to 8th. Then Hedgecock.
Wow, good stuff.
There's Rice right there on the outside. Rice right now runs 7th. Thornton, Bruning, Tyler Bruning. How about the night it started for him? Did not even get a qualifying lap in.
Yeah,
came from the tail to get 4th. And remember, he is the defending opening race winner at Golden Isles in the Lucas Oil Series. How about that?
He's the defending opening night winner of the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series.
Yes.
Yeah. It's good stuff, man.
Please stay green.
You know, I'll be the first to say it. There are a lot of times I'm not a fan of a big track. I think that where the sport is with these tires and with the aerodynamics on the race cars, that a lot of times big tracks don't always provide great racing. And Alltech just completely debunks that myth, and they've done it for several years now. This is a whale of a show, and we're going to see if we can string together a few green flag laps here as we are 1 lap shy of the Hellraiser Jacks halfway. 19 scored. 21 to go. We'll go green in the Ace Duran hauling and rigging restart zone. Brandon Shepard, Brandon Overton, Clay Harris, your top 3.
We will go to the Hellraiser Jacks halfway next time around. Clay Harris is going to try to diamond it off. Got to keep it out of the concrete. He'll get the run down the back straightaway, and he sparks the wall. But he's got a good run. Harris 2nd. Here comes Moran. Here comes Carson Ferguson. Hellraiser Jack's halfway. It's Brandon Shepard, your leader.
Second spot at the line is going to be Brandon Overton. Clay Harris third, Devin Moran fourth, and Carson Ferguson from 19th to now round out the top 5. And good Lord, look at those guys tiptoe around the top side of this racetrack. Unbelievable racing from second on back. Brandon Shepard, though, quietly starting to pull away from the field.
No huggy pole, is there?
No huggy bear. No huggy pole, no huggy bear.
It was sparking the wall. Clay Harris, here comes Moran, here comes Ferguson in on Overton. Overton dominated early on in this race, but right now trying to hang on to third. It's still Brandon Shepard. He's got about a 10-car length lead over Clay Harris with, say, 18 laps to go, 22 in the books, Dustin.
And James, one thing I've noticed is these last 2 laps, a lot of guys have kind of gone around to the inside of this racetrack as they push that outside groove up a little too far. As you look at the battle for fourth on the left side of your screen, on the right side, you ride along with Hudson O'Neal, who watches it all unfold in front of him and move Carson Ferguson up another spot. He's come from 19th up to 4th now. Just we talk about the inside of the racetrack, there's Hudson O'Neal still making that high side work down in turns 1 and 2.
Remember how Carson Ferguson ended last year? Some strong runs over the last couple of months in the Lucas Oil Series. He ended up, I believe, 9th in the points. 15 laps to go. Next time around, it is all Brandon Shepard right now. 2.1 seconds the advantage in the Valvoline. Rocket Durham #1, and B. Shep off to a great start this year. He's got still 15 more laps to close this one out.
Absolutely, and now you start to wonder, James, I haven't looked at the lap speeds. I don't know if the lap speeds are picking up, but certainly the bottom side of the racetrack, the place to be. Now, just as we say that, though, your race leader, Brandon Shepard's on the same straightaway as the back of the field, #1. #2, a 2-second lead for Shep last time by. Clay Harris takes 2/10 off of it this time by with 14 laps to go.
Yeah, Shepard now is going to try to stay back far enough away from traffic. Meanwhile, Brandon Overton trying to pick it back up again. It's Shepard, Harris, Overton, Ferguson, O'Neal, your top 5. Then it's Moran, Thornton, Rice, Ebert, and Shirley. Ooh. Brian runs in 10th.
And Clay Harris now, boy, he stepped to the outside right there. And, man, I got to see. I don't know if that's going to be the right move or not. Oh, man, Shep very quickly closes in on Corey Lawler right there. That could have been disastrous, as he's going to try to work around the outside, as it was a 1.7 second advantage that time by for Brandon Shepard.
Down the back straightaway now into turn #3. Clay Harris still is second. Brandon Overton, Carson Ferguson, Hudson O'Neal, your top 5. Shepard now have to negotiate off of turn 4 into 1. Brandon Shepard looking for his 36th career win in the Lucas Oil 8-Modded Earth Series around the 19M of Brendan Smith.
Clay Harris in the wall down in turns 1 and 2. He went in. I saw it unfold, James. He approached high. He had been kind of going in down about a car length and then letting the car drift up. And he entered the corner a little higher than what he normally had, and it just sucked the car right into the outside wall. Man, that is an incredibly tough break for your second place car.
He has put on a show here tonight. No doubt about it, but he will not have the finish that he would have liked. So 11 laps to go, 29 complete. It'll be Shepard. Overton will be second. Carson Ferguson
from 19th.
Can he become the 95th driver to win a race in the Lucas Oil Series in the last 22 years? Man, you got to feel for Clay Harris. Been really good all night long, but.
All right, we got one look from the drone. We keep a drone hovering above the feed or above the racetrack for the feature, just in case something like this happens. Yeah, it's going to be at the very, very kind of the top right-hand part of your screen here, James.
He just got up against it and couldn't get away from it.
Let's see if we could rewind that one more time and take one more look at it. I saw it unfold. He entered that corner higher than he normally had, and again, it is a razor thin margin up there, man. The high side of 1 and 2 and the high side of 3 and 4, and if you miss your mark by inches, it'll suck you into the outside wall. One more time, now that you know exactly where that car is, watch Clay Harris here as he enters. Right there he is at the top of the racetrack. He entered way high right there. You can see where the groove was, and he just missed his mark. He caught the wall right there. You saw the sparks off the race car. And unfortunately, that is going to end the night for the Jupiter, Florida driver.
Carson Ferguson, you mentioned the Hoka Trekking Hard Charger, by far has passed more cars than anyone here tonight. 19th to 3rd.
Ricky Thornton Jr.
Yep. Kyle
from
Bronson.
16th to 7th. Yep, Kyle Bronson. Up 6 spots. Corey Hitchcock at one time it had come from 21st up to about 9th or so. He's fallen back just a little bit here the last few laps. 11 laps remaining. Shep, Overton, Ferguson, O'Neill, Moran, your top 5.
So out of the race, Chris Mann, he'll finish 26th here tonight. Is Tyler Wyant out of the race?
He is out. He is out, and Jackson Heiss is out as well.
So we still have 23 of the 26 starters still left, and the helmet is off. And man, a tough break. And I'll tell you what, he's been impressive, but he will not have the finish he wanted here tonight. But he knew they knew he was here.
They knew he was here. That's right.
Shepard, Overton, Ferguson, O'Neill, Moran. 11 laps to go. It'll still be a Delaware double file restart. What if they got another lap in? It would have been a single file, right?
No.
10 or less. Is it 5 or less?
5 or less in 40-lap races, yeah.
I've been off for about 6 months, so I got to recuperate.
Well, this restart would be interesting as well because the track had been bottom side was the place to be, honestly, the last probably 5 laps or so. And that's where Carson Ferguson had been making up his ground. Let's see what he can do on the high side. He's got a good run on Overton, James.
He gets down low. Here comes Moran to the top. Out and oh man, Overton got in the back. Moran will go around both of them down the back straight away. That's a power move of the race brought to you by Victory Fuel for Devin Moran, right? Overton up top. Here they come. Shepard still with the lead.
Moran may not be done yet. He might not be done, James. Oh, he enters high as well. Man, I'm telling you, words cannot do justice. Those guys running that high side. And don't look now, but Devin Moran has come to life with 10 to go in this one.
9 to go. Shepard, Moran down the main straightaway. Carson Ferguson is 3rd in the Paler Motorsports car. Overton back to 3rd. Ferguson, O'Neill, Rice is 6th in the James Ratliff car. Shirley, Ebert. Dan Ebert, did he not bring out a caution?
Yes,
he's up to 8th right now. The former snowmobile racer. Then Bronson in 9th. Whitener to 10th. B. Shep still leads Dustin Jarrett.
Watching these guys on the outside of this racetrack is just incredible. I mean, if you took Eldora, and you know how high they run there and how close they get to the wall, but on a track that's not banked as much, that has longer straightaways and tighter corners, it's just fascinating to watch these guys do what they do, man. You think these guys aren't athletes? I wish I had 0.5% of talent is what these guys do. 7 to go.
Baby's going to need a new pair of shoes here in about a month, right? Moran's on the gas, right? At the code
He's
number 4.
closing back in.
Yeah.
Closing back in. There's
down the main straightaway was 1.1 last time. It's 0.7 of a second. He cut 0.4 of a second off, and he's not done yet. 5 laps to go coming up this time around.
Ask and ye shall receive. Doubled up for those of you watching at home. Devin Moran, 3 and 4 is really where he's making some hay, James. He's able to close in on him down in 3 and 4. 5 laps to go this time by. Can Devin Moran get it done? He's on
going
the outside.
all out, isn't he?
Hey, don't sleep on this race for 3rd over here on the right side of the screen either, man. And this happens, I tell you what, this lead duo, they've stretched out to about a 2.5 second advantage. Moran just keeps chipping away at Brandon Shepard this time by 4 to go. 0.4 of a second the lead for Sheppy.
Stay tuned, folks. Don't leave. Now Moran slips up a little bit, trying to keep it out of the wall. Down the back straightaway. 3rd is Overton. 4th O'Neill. 5th is Ferguson. Rice, Ebert is to 7th.
Unreal.
Shirley 8th. Bronson 9th. Whitener is 10th. All eyes up front.
1
to 99.
3 to go. Moran lost a 10th that time by. He's got to hit his marks, and they may still catch the back of the field before this one's over. Oh, baby. It's so close.
This is not over.
Here
Stay
comes
tuned,
Tim.
folks. We got three nights here at All Tech and down the main straightaway. He just cut it down again. It's 0.5 of a second. There's a battle there. O'Neill, Overton, Carson Ferguson is still 5th. Moran down the back straightaway. 2 laps to go this time. He's about 2 car lengths back. Now he goes to the bottom. Out of turn 4. B. Shep hanging on. Bounce the white flag. The Barron's Performance. 1 lap to go. Last chance. Here we go.
Devin Moran
Shepard's going to be behind a lap car.
Is lap traffic going to play a factor? James, you score the lap. Devin Moran going to try to wrestle that car off the corner. They head into 3 and 4 for the final time. Shepard drifts up the racetrack. Moran's got a run on the bottom, but it's not enough. Brandon Shepard wins a thrilling opener at Alltech. Devin Moran second, Hudson O'Neal third, Brandon Overton fourth, Carson Ferguson fifth. What a race. The checkered flag flies at 8:52 p.m. local time.
Carson Ferguson, the Hooker Trucking Hard Charger. Josh Rice, how about that? Sixth. Dan Ebert from the tail after bringing out a caution. Seventh for the Minnesota Hot Shoe. Brian Shirley, good run in ninth or eighth. Kyle Bronson in his return to the Lucas Oil Series after 5 years, ninth. And Mark Whitener, the Magic Man, unofficially rounds out the top 10. They will go to the Long Acre Scales after starting in sixth. No pole show here tonight.
Guess what, buddy? We get to do this all again tomorrow.
We got 11 more of these. We got 11 more of these.
And the next night. This is good stuff. Hey, we said it earlier. When Alltech is right, Alltech is just as good as anywhere out there. And, man, it was good tonight. So they're going to make their way into the Long Acre Racing Products Tech and Scale area. On the way of the race car, check the droop. And as long as everything is A-OK, Brandon Shepard will make his way to Veland Victory Lane and grab a word with Ben Shelton. See, Devin Moran has made his way through the scale house. I'll check the droop on the defending series champs number 99, and a $10,000 payday awaits the driver out of New Berlin, Illinois, in the Mark Richards, Valvoline, Swabert Calf Ranches, Petroff Towing, Performance Grading, Franklin Enterprises, Ace Metalworks, Gunners, Honey Styles Marine, number 1 of Brandon Shepard, looking for his second win of the young 2026 season.
Wow.
That was good, brother. That
Big River Steel podium. Carson Ferguson had second briefly on the restart, right? He'd gone from 19th to second, ends up back in fifth. So unofficially, Shepard, Moran, O'Neal, Overton, Ferguson, Josh Rice, Ebert, Shirley, Bronson, and Mark Whitener. As you see, Moran's
good. He's going to make his way back out to the front straightaway. Second on that
for the
big
one, yeah.
Yep, the Big River Steel podium. And let's not sleep as well in that run for Moran, right? I mean, they just, quite honestly, they'll be the first to tell you, they had a lousy week last week at Volusia. Took the last night off. They regrouped, and that pays dividends as he comes home with a second-place finish tonight from fifth. Brandon Shepard in the Long Acre Racing Products Tech area now, getting the droop checked on the Rocket 1.
Of course, Danny White, the crew chief, Joel Rogers, Austin Hargrove, veteran pit crew. Durham-powered Rocket XR, is it 2?
XR2.
XR2. Well, he loves Florida, right? He won at Volusia Saturday night. That was 20K. 10K here tonight at Alltech. And Brandon Shepard, man, a tough year last year. They went to the new car last year, a couple of months in, and I tell you what, they've got this thing tuned up, and it's a hot ride.
He's going to make his way to Veland Victory Lane. We'll send it down trackside to Ben Shelton.
His 36th career Veland feature win with Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. Brandon Shepard, the Rocket 1 Racing, Valvoline, Soybert Calf Ranches, Performance Grading, Styles Marine, Sunoco number 1. Durham Power tonight ran like a champ under the hood of the Rocket chassis. And he picks up $10,000, draws first blood in the 2026 Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series campaign presented by FloRacing. Down there with Marketing Director Wayne Castleberry. And he's preparing to climb out of the race car after picking up $10,000, his second win with the Lucas Oil Series here at Alltech Raceway. The last one was back in 2022. And he joins Ricky Thornton Jr. as the only multi-time winners in series action here, as Brandon Shepard took the lead on lap 16 and fended off a late race challenge from Devin Moran to get the win out of the race car. How about it for Brandon Shepard? $10,000. He won the Outlaw race on Saturday night at Volusia. He wins the Lucas Oil race here tonight. We're $10,000. It's a tune-up for a triple header. at Wendell Durance's racy track here in northern Florida. So we'll get Brandon Sheppard in front of the race car to talk about that one, his 36th career win with the series. Brandon, I'm just going to start out asking the question, is Sheppy back?
I hope so, man. That it definitely feels good. We've had a really fast race car all speed week so far. We just needed a few things to go our way, and Mark and the boys been tweaking on this thing, and we've just been working really hard and trying to get everything just right for the way I like it. And it's really about halfway through last year, I knew come this year we were going to be pretty good. It was just a matter of just getting the whole package together, and I can't thank all of our great sponsors enough, and all the people that help us on this thing. Valvoline, Seabrook Calf Ranches, Ace Metalworks, Gunner's Honey, Styles Marine and Maintenance, Performance Grading, Petroff Towing, Collins Brothers Towing, Sunoco Race Fuels, just like I said, Mark, Dan, Austin, Joel. Changed the motor today just out of precaution, it just shows how hard them boys will work. We got up and them boys got right after it and got the motor changed. So can't thank them enough. Steve Baker, Mark Richards, everybody at Rocket Chassis for the opportunity. Wish my beautiful wife and kids could have been here for this one, but I know they're watching back home, so hi to them. And my dad and my grandpa wouldn't be here without them guys. And of course, Durham Racing Engines. And man, I know I'm forgetting somebody. I'm just I'm stumped right now, man. We've had such a good car this whole speed weeks. It's finally paying off for us, so I'm super thankful and just happy to be here.
You drove to the lead, lap 16. A couple of cautions, no big deal, but then late in the race, I'm sure you can hear him back there, Devin Moran closes in on you. Were you starting to question where you were on the racetrack?
I definitely, the bottom was throwing so much crumbs out there in 3 and 4 that, I knew I could lay out there and make speed if I needed to. I was hoping that when I got to lap traffic, I was, kind of able to sneak by a few of them as good as we were, and we did. So, I was happy too that I didn't have to go out to the middle in 1 and 2 because I didn't feel like I made good speed there. But if I could get to the outside of them in 3 and 4, I could motor around them there. So, I got to thank Fox Shocks too and Precision Suspension, Sammy and Pete. Appreciate them guys. And like I said, we're hopefully we can keep this deal rolling.
Race fans, Brandon Sheppard, your winner here tonight at All Tech Raceway. Atop of the Big River Steel podium, we're going to slide behind Veland Victory Lane, catch up with our second place finisher, Devin Moran, who, man, he threw everything at it. He's going to come on position number 2. Devin, I feel like we've seen this episode at All Tech before where you charge hard and you get to second. Man, it looked like from the infield you threw every single thing you had at it. Standing out here thinking, was there anything else you wish you could have done?
Just got to keep working on the race car, My guys, as hard as I was driving out there, as hard as my guys have been working the last week and a half, We struggled really bad at Volusia last week and just trying to find a balance, So we've picked up the speed, definitely. Now we just got to work on the balance. But, Sheppy and them guys did a great job. And, just refreshing to get back up here and be able to talk to you guys.
You were digging really hard down in turn 4. It was kind of like you had found a little something, but in those closing laps, just not enough there to get around him.
Yeah, just on the caution, I realized how much crumbs were out there, and I could kind of gas it up. I was like, man, there's a lot of grip out here. And then on the restart, I about split them on the restart, and I knew there was going to be a lot of grip. So I just kind of ran that floater line, and it worked out really well. So all in all, a great first points night for sure. So we'll take that. And I just want to thank Roger Sellers with Double Down Motorsports, Robbie, Casey, Connor, all back at home. It's good to get up here, like I said. And then once again, my crew guys have been working really, really hard. Like for the last 2 weeks, we've been up and down and working on cars and changing stuff. And they're just all the kudos to them. And Chuck, Houston, Dylan, and Chuck's dad did a major errand for us, I guess, yesterday. So I want to thank him and all my other great partners, Millwood Plumbing, Mike and Vicky. I know they're back at home watching. Big River Steel, C&W Trucking. Just Longhorn Chassis, Bill Stein Shocks. I have so many great people. Anthony's Pizza, McHugh's, Hazen Services, Refuel Wellness. I got so many guys I can't thank enough. CarSourceAuto.com, Storage Kings, and Advantage Lawn Care. You can go get all your mowers, blowers, and whackers, and everything else. So just thank everybody, and we'll try again tomorrow.
Devin Moran comes home in position number 2 tonight on the Big River Steel podium. DJ James, we're going to slide to the other end. They're giving me my exercise right out of the gate this year. They got all three separated on this long front straightaway. As Indiana's Hudson O'Neal, I'll tell you what, those guys out of Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio were pretty tough tonight. Huddy, third tonight, man. It looked like at one point you had a car to win. Then at another point, it looked like you had a 10th place car. How did you get back to the podium?
Just some good restarts. I felt like maybe I was being a little bit too conservative there at the beginning of the race and put myself in some bad spots and just kept falling back, and then bad restarts. And I was running 6th at one point, and I was like, oh, man, I'm not even going to salvage a top 5 after starting on the pole. But, yeah, we were able to just work through some guys there right there after that last restart, and really felt like we were pretty good. Just probably my fault, just a little too conservative at the beginning of the race. So we'll try and just get just a little bit better, and I'll try and do a little bit better job tomorrow. But hopefully we can get as good of a start to the night as we did tonight. Thank you to all my guys, Jason, Riley, Kyle, Logan, my wife Tessa, my dad's here with us. Todd Burns is here as well, and Vicky Burns back at home. And everybody on this race car, Wheeler Metals, Merrill Bonding Company, Big River Steel, O'Neill Salvage and Recycling, Professional Concrete, Indiana USSSA, Sunoco Race Fuels, Longhorn Chassis, everybody that's part of it, Penske Racing Shocks, and we'll see if we got something for tomorrow.
Race fans, Hudson O'Neal, he comes home in third. We're going to step aside real fast, thank some partners. We come back to race recap, and we wrap things up from here at All-Tech Raceway, where Brandon Sheppard is your winner.
Race Car Engineering is your single source supplier for all your racing equipment. Dirt, asphalt, drag strip, street rod, or off-road. Their experts can keep you on the track and in the lead no matter what type of racing you do. Hundreds of brands, thousands of parts. Find them online at racecareng.com or call them toll free at 800-882-7231 and make sure to ask for your free catalog. That's Race Car Engineering, 800-882-7231.
In the heat of the game, every drop counts. Introducing Victory Fuel Flavored Electrolyte Water, the ultimate hydration companion.
Chili Bowl champion Logan Seavey. ASCS National Champion Seth Bergman.
Packed with essential electrolytes and bursting with delicious flavors, Victory Fuel keeps you hydrated and fueled to perform at your best. Nothing tastes better than Victory.
Welcome back to All-Tech Raceway, where Brandon Sheppard and Rocket One atop the Big River Steel podium. We're down on the front straightaway, and we got a special onlooker, Tony Stewart, down here. Tony, you told me that you've never raced here, but you would love to. What are your thoughts from everything you saw tonight?
No, this track is cool. I mean, it's racy from bottom to the top. I mean, you saw the leaders changing lanes. I mean, Brandon was pretty much married to the bottom, but, you know, everybody behind was chasing different lines, trying to find a spot to catch him. So this is one of those tracks that you can move around, find different lines, and, you know, as the race moved on, different lanes seemed to be a little faster at different times. So it's one of those tracks that as a driver you love to go to.
Now, look, you and Mark Richards have a good relationship. I mean, there's another car in that trailer over there. Hell, they got 3 cars down here. We could get smoke out here before the week was over.
Yeah, I've pretty much driven everything else in the last week and a half. So, you know, we're testing at Gainesville for the Gator Nationals. And so running a top fuel car this week, ran a truck last week. Might as well throw some dirt at it at some point.
I love it. This guy's a racer's racer. He's down here hanging out. Tony Stewart, James, DJ, how about the race recap?
Oh, man, that was incredible. And I did not have a Tony Stewart sighting on my bingo card here tonight as well. All right, let's take a look at your race recap and see how we got to this point. Man, there was no shortage of action in this 40-lap season opener, James.
Well, Brandon Overton led the first 15 laps of this race. Then Brandon Sheppard, who started 6th, got the lead. There's 3 wide there. Man, a great run tonight. Clay Harris, not only him, but the 32J of Justin Weaver did not get the finishes they want. There you saw Harris dropping back, but we got to do a Victory Fuel power move of the race. I don't know where to start at, right? I mean, Carson Ferguson, his run, Moran passed, went from 4th to 2nd. There you see the battle there. O'Neal back there behind Clay Harris. Moran was good. How about the comeback for Dan Ebert? Josh Rice, the top 10. Sheppard, there's for the lead right here. as he led the final 25 laps of this race here tonight at Alltech, did Brandon Sheppard.
When Alltech is good, Alltech is just as good as anywhere else, really is. There was Clay Harris going for that second spot, and it was just a few laps after this. Harris would go get a little too high down in turns 1 and 2, and he would tag the wall. And then there's the move from 4th to 2nd. You talked about Devin Rand. Carson Ferguson had come from 19th to 2nd momentarily. But when all was said and done, Brandon Sheppard, look at that graphic. Brandon Sheppard gets the win, his first of the Lucas Oil season, his second overall here in 2026. And that's how we ended up where we were. Ben Shelton, what a great way to wrap up. Oh, no, Ben's done. Ben's gone. He done left us. James, well, I'll ask you, what a great way to start off 2026.
We can always call Dad and Grandpa Sheppard and give them their take on that. I'm sure they're proud of their son and grandson, Brandon Sheppard. That is career win number, 36th. And another one, I believe this is 25th win for Mark Richards during Speed Weeks here the last several years. But, hey, bring a friend. Come on out tomorrow night. We'll be live here the next 2 nights in Ocala next week and in Golden Isles. What a way to start the season, DJ.
Absolutely.
I'm all for it, brother.
Absolutely. Thanks to Shocker Hitch for the hour-long pre-race show tonight. We'll go live at the normal time, 15 minutes before Hot Laps tomorrow. That's 5:45 p.m. Eastern Time. On behalf of Ben Shelton reporting in the Heartbeat Hot Sauce Hot Pit, my colleague, the Hall of Famer James Essex, this is Dustin Jarrett signing off. We'll see you tomorrow night back here at Alltech.